Boom. We are live, I think. Can't hear anything. Uh, let's see here. We're gonna pull up comments real quick here, see everyone that's in here. Oh. Yeah, what's up, Will Burner Express? Low Boy Trucking. So I guess everything's working all right. How's the audio sound again tonight? Does it sound a lot better than it did last night? Uh, I've been working at it pretty hard here. Also, I think the phone, if I get the phone too close to the audio equipment, I think it picks up the phone. That's one thing I think screwed it up. Hey, I'll make you uncomfortable in the house. Sounds good. I'll make you uncomfortable. Sounds fine. Yeah, I noticed the last time, at least rewatching it in the live feed, it was horrific, horrific. So I said, the best thing I do is just go live again and test it out because during the recording last night, actually recording, it sounded fine. Uh, it sounds fine, but as soon as I don't know, StreamYard uploaded it, it sounded horrific. It was all choppy. And then, like I said, I think it was picking up some stuff off the phone there for a little bit because I had the phone too close to the audio equipment. Um, let's see, Ryan Smith's in the house. What's up? How's it going? So we're gonna. I don't know. We're not. I don't know what we're gonna talk about tonight. Uh, I also saw that Coach was on too here. So I imagine there's at least a few people that watch my show or watching his show probably. So we're just. This is really just. I don't know. This is just an open live tonight. If you want, I posted the link. You can go ahead and grab that. Click on that if you want to show up or come in at all. And if you'd like, I would really appreciate it if you hammered down the like button there and subscribe. It definitely helps the channel out. I'm going to try to do these podcasts or whatnot a little more. Uh, I guess more. And I'm going to try not to go over like into 3 or 4 hours tonight. We're gonna keep it like a 2 hour long podcast. Uh, so this doesn't get so I don't know out there. Because next thing you know, we start talking about politics and everything else. And I kind of want to try to keep this channel at least trucking realm related. Maybe go into like men's health, mental health, and stuff on the road and things like that a little bit. But I don't want to get too crazy into politics because well, everyone has their opinion, and YouTube has their opinion, and I've built this channel up into something that I would like to continue to build. You know what I mean? And I don't need nobody, you know, uh, taking it out early on because I've also noticed some of the shorts, some of the shorts that I posted. Like I made a pretty good short about leadership, we'll say, and it kind of got demonetized for no reason, or at least it said it wasn't advertiser friendly, which I don't know why. There was no reason for that. And then I kind of thought about it after like my third or fourth short that I've posted got somewhat like demonetized or said it wasn't advertiser friendly. I was like, maybe I shouldn't post things political on my channel here. So unfortunately, that's the world we live in right now. Uh, but it is what it is, and I would like to make sure this channel continues growing because I put a good amount of work in it to get where I'm at right now. Uh, oh, and by the way, anybody that's new in here, which I don't know if there's anybody new, there's only 6 people in here right now. If you're turning into this later on, or if you're in here right now and you're new to the channel, if you would please subscribe. Like 90, I think it's 96% of people that watch my channel don't subscribe. So that means I'm at 10,000 subscribers right now. That means if everyone that watched my channel probably subscribed, I would be at I don't know, maybe 50,000 subscribers or more. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. If you watch, hey, you know what? I watch people's content, and if it's half decent, I'll subscribe. If I don't feel like seeing their voice all the time, I'll turn the bell icon. I mean, yeah, seeing their videos pop up all the time, I'll turn the bell icon off. But I'll still, come back once in a while and listen to their stuff. We got Wheel Burner Express. See, every time you post something, yeah, every time you post something and they don't monetize it or monetize it 100%, I always uh, contest it. Yeah, I do. I contest it, and most of the time I win. Always contest. Yeah, I do. But I think they. I know the one they probably didn't do because. Oh, it's political. You know, it was kind of political, so I know they probably weren't going to do anything about it. But then I got the one, I have the short where I posted the car comes up the on ramp, all right, and it's coming up the on ramp way too fast, and it collides in the side of the truck, and of course it breaks the center link and everything on the truck, and the truck goes out of control and smashes into the wall and catches fire. I contested that, and YouTube said that was unadvertised friendly. Uh, I don't know. You didn't see no blood or guts or anything like that, so I don't know why it would allow that to be, uh, monetized or whatnot. Let's see. I'll make a. What happened with TYK Trucking? TYK Trucking. TYK Trucking. Are you talking about the one that the are you talking about the one that went out of business or is going Chapter 7 bankruptcy over there in Montana? Are you talking about them? The Wheel Burner Express. They usually only particularly monetize me if I'm talking too political or if I use too many swear words in the first 10 minutes of the show. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, that too. I think that's kind of what happened a little bit. Also, I've noticed videos where it's kind of went political a little bit, with no fault of my own. It's I've noticed that the view count, like especially on the podcast, the view count is dramatically less. When I have like there's a podcast that you came on a while ago. I think it was not too far after Matt's. Maybe it was during Matt's. I don't know, Will Burner, but that got I think like 600 or 700 views. And then if I do a normal podcast where it gets off goes off the rails, it kind of doesn't get that many views. I don't know if it's just YouTube suppressing it or people just aren't into that. And I don't want people to hate me for my political. I mean, I don't hate anybody for theirs. Well, unless you're what's going on now. The whole reason I don't want to go into New York tomorrow, so I told them that yeah, that's all you have is a New York load for me tomorrow. I'm not doing it. New York City load. It's bad enough I got stuck there for between getting waiting to get unloaded and sitting in traffic on the LIE for a truck that lost like all of its garbage or some crap. Uh, yeah, I spent like 6 hours trying to get out of New York today, and I gave up. I'm not that far away from my house, about 100 and so miles away from Pottsville, and I'm sitting here at the TA right there in the Pennsylvania New Jersey state line here. So it's not even worth it. I could maybe make it, maybe if I could do a split and make it. But the problem is, I'll be home what 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Why not just stay here? Let the wife sleep here, and I'll come home and I'll drop the trailer off over in Pottsville in the morning and come home. Sometimes you get so uh, set on getting home, you forget about what real life is. You know, Me coming home at 3 o'clock in the morning and waking everybody up, it ain't really the smartest thing to do because I ain't gonna be up anyway in the morning to see them anyway. So I'll make you uncomfortable. No Brit, no Brit, huh? TYK trucking. Oh, you talking about pneumatic Brit? Nomadic Brit? No, he's talking about TYKE trucking over in England. He has a YouTube channel and he just canceled it. You know, man, I might actually watch that guy. There's somebody um younger guy does a lot of dash cam and maybe had like GoPro footage. Uh, I think that It might be who I can't remember. I know I'm subscribed to somebody over there. Did really I even commented on some of his videos, but he had some pretty cool footage of stuff that he did. But you know what? I could imagine the you're talking about safety over here, freaking about stuff. I can imagine if you're a company driver over in Europe. Europe is like a nanny state, and it still doesn't help the stuff that goes on over there. So I I I don't know if I'd even want to try to drive. That's probably why there's not that many owner operators either, because regulations really what would kill that probably. Okay, yeah, there you go. Make it comfortable. You know what happened? I have no idea. I don't even really maybe technically know what you're talking about, but you're probably talking to Wheelburn right now. Yeah, he ain't gonna be fly at 2 o'clock in the morning there. That's for sure. Definitely not. But like I said, over there, it could be anything. He could have been threatened from his employer and whatnot. Um, the heck over there, the government, there's a bunch of nannies. I should say Karens, I guess. There's a bunch of Karens over there that would probably report it to the government, and they would get in touch with his carrier or whatnot. Because it's like I said, it's like a nanny state over there. Here I go. I'm gonna have bunch of small little burps again because I got Diet Coke again. I guess I'm gonna this Taco Bell. I'm gonna give them a shout out because by the time I got here, there was no way I was gonna be able to make my own actual tacos or burritos. So plus, I don't really have the room for it right now with all this stuff set up. What the heck's going on? Why magical paper straws? Awesome. But yeah, I ended up having my whatever they had, it's like that protein bowl or whatnot that they make. Some of their fake meat, veggies on it. It was YouTube. That's all I know. YouTube made him take the channel down for what? It had to be something. Here's what probably happened. Some kind of regulation in the government over there probably sent somebody a letter over in YouTube or got in contact with somebody because I don't see why YouTube. If it's the guy I think it is, I don't see why YouTube would take the channel down. In fact, you know what? Let me go check real quick. Look at my subscribers and see. Keep going away. It starts making a bunch of weird noises here. I'm not too loud. I'm not coming in too loud either, right? Not like really loud. I don't want to be blowing anybody's phone speakers up too. Is that TYT? Oh, actually, if he deleted the channel, I don't even think it would even show up anymore on who I'm subscribed to. That's big. Right, it ain't even worth looking probably. Over the last 90 days, uh, I don't know. I haven't checked the IFA recently. I could easily just call them up and find out, but I can tell you what the dashboard says. I think it'll bring it up here without even starting the truck up. Well, in 448 miles, I've averaged 10.2 miles of the gallon. And then again, I haven't had anything really heavy, only like 38,000 pound loads or whatnot, maybe 40. And I've been pretty much running like 80 here into New Jersey and New York and all that stuff. So it's perfect. He must be talking about something. Yo, what's up, Dirty Diesel? Thanks for stopping in here. Um, haven't seen anybody else pop in here yet. If any of you want, you can just go ahead and share this channel out. I'd greatly appreciate it. And oh, there's somebody I wanted to. I might bring up. I wonder if I bring up his channel, if YouTube will have a hissy fit about it, because it's called Lone Wolf Trucker. He is a flatbedder with TS. I want to say TSH Logistics. He's going through a rough time right now. I mean, pretty much what a lot of people are going through. And he shouted me out on his channel, so I'd like to shout him out on his. I tried to give him a little bit of advice with QuickBooks and at least the app I use. I'm going to shout it out because their marketing department still has not gotten back to me. I would like to try to offer something, but it's called Found Business Banking. It's pretty much it's a bank account that's linked to their proprietary app slash software that basically keeps track of all your transactions on your debit card and automatically categorizes them and gives you like real time um, deductions, shows you what your deductions are. So eventually I would like to get something from them that I can do like a webinar sort of thing, or at least show what it does without having to go and log into my actual bank account and show what it is. I think it would help a lot of guys out because it's pretty much automatic. You don't really have to worry about it. And it moves the money automatically over for taxes. So it's just seamless. But here, we're going to pull up, I'll try to pull up this channel here. Let's see here. Now, while I'm doing this, can you guys still see me? I don't know if you can or not. It's, like I said, I'm still slightly new to this whole magical world of professionalism, podcasting, and StreamYarding here. Oh, I wonder why when I put Lone Wolf in, um, James Best showed up over here on somebody's thing here. All right, we're gonna try to pull that up. All right, so I'm gonna show the screen up here real quick. His latest video he put out. So hopefully I don't get demonetized or anything for at least shouting out his channel real quick here. Um, we're gonna show.
You ever done flatbed trucking before?
No, sir.
You ever been to jail?
No, sir.
You do drugs?
No, sir.
You an alcoholic?
No, sir.
You ever been divorced?
No, sir.
Son, you ain't gonna make it.
Hey, what's up there, Wolfpack? Lone Wolf Trucker coming back with another video. Hey, I just wanted to give an update. I mentioned in my last video that I said I might put out a video on a load that I recovered. So that's what this video is going to be.
So he had, if you go back a few weeks ago from his videos, he actually ended up hitting something in our, what do you want to call it, construction zone, and it ripped out all of his brake chambers, popped his that which when it did that, it popped his trailer air, emergency air, and he pretty much ground down all all 8 tires on the trailer. So it cost him a lot of money. So if you can, go check his channel out. He's a flatbedder. He's just pretty much showing the struggles of way it is out there right now. and I would play more, but I'm afraid I'm going to get demonetized or whatnot, or copyright strike for shouting him out there like that. But he's definitely real, if you want to put it out there like that. I enjoy watching his content a lot. We're get catched up. What's up? Yep, Dirty. Uh, let's see, Dirty Diesel. I worked and listened to the replay from last night. It wasn't that good, right? It sounded horrific, didn't it? I don't know what the was up with the audio. And then I noticed when the phone got close to it, started getting all wonky over here. So right now I'm keeping the phone far away, and I got to burp again. Jesus, man. And I'm just try not to pushing out too much audio here. I did like 3 recordings that sounded great. So hopefully once StreamYard uploads this, it doesn't screw it all up and it sounds good. And oh yeah, real quick earlier, I'm not too loud. I'm not like blowing any of your guys' speakers out on your phones or anything because I can hear myself, but it's hard to tell. Actually, no, I can't hear myself right now because I gotta be plugged into the laptop. Uh, so if anybody comes on here, I can hear them speak. So I don't have no monitor over here right now. So um, audio is fine, and yes, we can still see you. Okay, okay, good, good, good. Hello. I'll make that uncomfortable. What are we laughing about anyway? Uh, can you turn up the audio on the video, please? Thank you much. Oh, well, I wish I would have saw that earlier. I'll play. Real quick. Like I said, I hope YouTube don't demonetize me because like I said, I really like this guy's content. He's only got I think like 3,000 subscribers. Um, let's pull him up again. I'll pull up the. I'm gonna pull up the video he had where he blew out the tires here. All right. You couldn't hear that playing right now, could you? I'm thinking you can only hear it if I put the screen share up, right? Because I just want to make sure I have it at the right spot, so I don't end up having to play like half the video here. If the phone is close to the interface, yeah, all good, all good. Audio is still messed up on the video, or what? Me talking right now. Let some people on the panel so we can take your channel down too. What? What is going on? Take whose channel down? Are you implying that I taken a channel down? So I'm gonna pull up his video here real quick. So this happened, I guess, a few weeks ago. This is when he ended up blowing out his tires in a road construction zone because pretty much he hit something. I think it was like a piece of plywood, and it ripped his one of his canisters right off the trailer.
I am so screwed right now with what happened earlier today. So not only am I not able to get my load, I'm gonna have to buy 8 trailer tires. And I'm not a recap kind of person, so I ain't gonna be putting recaps on my trailer. That's an option, but it's really not an option. But I'm gonna have to put 8 brand new trailer tires on my trailer because of that goddamn debris out in the middle of the highway that basically put me out of service, took out my air lines and one of my brake chambers, totally destroyed. So that's where I'm currently at right now. That's the state of this situation.
So like I said, I'm not gonna play too much because I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to get copyright strike or whatnot. I don't even know how that works. I mean, technically, I'm trying to promote his channel a little bit because I enjoy his content a lot. Hey, what's up, Jim Baisley? I'll make it a couple. So yeah, so let's see. I'll make it a couple. It says I have a troll. I don't know who. I have no idea. Joshua. I have no idea who that is. Huh. I don't know. I haven't. As far as I know, I haven't done anything or went after anybody or anybody's channel. I'm not into that really. I got other things I'd rather do. But yeah, I guess I pissed somebody off. Don't know what I did, but I guess I did. Probably just existing, because that happens a lot of times here on YouTube. If you just exist, you piss people off. Let's see, Dirty Trucker. He would be one to strike you, but if he sees you're promoting a channel, I doubt he would. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I didn't know if YouTube automatically did that, like with an AI algorithm or something like that. So I never really got into the whole copyright thing. FKM. Yeah, I guess. I guess for the most part. I mean, I don't know. I don't really like to like cause any animosity towards anybody. I don't like things. I try to look at both sides of the coin, if you want to say. I try not to push anybody off. If somebody has a problem with me, I'd like to know why they have a problem with me. That would be nice. Just randomly coming out and saying, go screw yourself is a little weird and agitatious. Yeah, no, I know what you were talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'll make you uncomfortable. Um, yeah, I didn't think I was big enough to have any trolls. I thought I'd have to get at least to like 30 or 40,000 subscribers first for that to start happening. Then again, I don't really try to come after anybody. You know what? I wonder if it's the hat. I wonder because I know Gentry and Sons. A lot of people don't like them for some odd reason. I don't know. There's a there's a lot of hate and animosity for no reason. Just to bring it up for some. I don't know. Some people have nothing better to do. And if you go, I should it is pinned. And there is nobody sitting waiting to come in at all right now. I'm pretty sure it's pinned. Uh, yeah, pinned right there, pinned. So if anybody wants to come in, that's fine. I don't care. Uh, like I said, I didn't have anything really planned to talk about tonight. I was just going to go off the comments and whatever came off the top of my head, and then I wanted to make sure I shouted out Lone Wolf Trucker there because he shouted me out on his channel, and for trying to help him. So uh, nobody knew I was there. He didn't have to do that. There's always haters. Yeah, I guess there always is. Or we wouldn't have the problems we have in the world, I guess. As you get bigger, they start popping out of the woodwork like cockroaches. Yeah, I guess for the most part. But I don't really show. One, I don't really have anything to show. I'll tell you that. I don't have no Dodge Chargers or Challengers sitting around anywhere. I don't have no $100,000 race built, Caterpillar motors. I don't have like a 30-acre farm. Uh, and all this stuff. I don't, I don't have wads of cash. I'm not carrying wads of cash around showing you that I can buy stuff. Um, yeah, I don't do any of that. I mean, maybe as I grow, I might do that just for entertainment purposes, but I'll definitely let you know that that's not how trucking goes and stuff. Uh, I don't want to put on that kind of facade, I guess you want to say, and get people all riled up because I know there's a difference between actually coming out and hustling people and then people making their own assumptions. But I don't want everybody to think they're gonna go out and buy like a Volvo tomorrow, and like within a month or two, they're picking up a 2023 or 2022 whatever Hellcat. You know what I mean? You got to share the pin link to StreamYard also. Oh, okay. I just thought if you shared it in right in YouTube, it would work. All right. Well, we are going to do that then. All right. I think I got it in there now. So right there's the link, guys. Oscar DM. The blue lights look badass on that truck. Yeah, they do. They the I'll tell you what though, the phone. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. If there's not a lot of light around, it looks pretty good. But if I'm like in a shipper or in a truck stop where there's plenty of light, it doesn't come up as good. Like it's definitely no boogie lights. You know what I mean? Uh, it's just something I did myself. I should have. I don't know. I might here after winter. We'll see if these things make it through a winter. After winter, I might add some more lights so it's brighter. So you actually get like this kind of bright. And I did have string lights that I put along the side of the truck, but it didn't look very good. And it kind of did, but it was just too bright. I was bringing too much attention to myself. I thought I didn't want DOT bothering me and stuff or local cops. And then it started coming off too. So if it had a lip, this truck if around the side, it's all super aerodynamic, and they have a plastic insert between the cab and the bottom flarings. So it's not like there's a gap there that you can put lights up. So you got to actually like put it on that plastic flaring that runs around the whole side of the truck, and it just doesn't look right, I guess. I'll make you uncomfortable. Not that's two separate things. What's two separate things? Oh, the StreamYard and pin it on Google. I mean, not Google. Yeah, YouTube. Pin it on Google. All right. All right. Yeah. Well, if anybody clicks on it, just tell me because nothing's coming up here. So I'm pretty sure I brought somebody in here. Oh yeah, I did. The night I actually tested this out at my house. So I know it. I guess it does. It'll show up over here. Yeah, professionalism podcaster going on right here. Really, like I said, tonight was just to make sure that the audio would be good, and just to give me something to do for 2 hours, I guess. And just talk about anything you guys might want. Anybody that shows up. I like I said, I really do appreciate that there's at least 12 people in here. Um, but if you can, like I said, share it out. What's up, P21? How's it going? He just said, "What's up, Jackknife?" And I got to take another sip of my diet Pepsi over here, or at least what's left of it. But yeah, let's see. What was it that I just saw the other day? I just saw something come up. Um, I don't know if any of you guys, watched Alex, but that trucking company over in Montana that went under. They've been around for almost 40 years, I guess, like since the 80s. They said so. That's pretty disheartening about what's going on. I think they said it was. I think he said it was like 300 trucks, 300 power units. Um, and they're dropping like flies, and it's the bigger ones, like the decent sized trucking companies too. Uh, I think they're also a brokerage too, and I think I've heard of their name before. Um, shoot, you know what? Let me see here. See if I can. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna play a lot of. But I'm gonna give somebody else a shout out too while I'm here because I've known this guy before. So I don't know. I don't exactly know what his channel's about. He just I don't know. He'll just bitch about anything, but he's pretty cool to listen to, and he's got some nice graphics when he comes on live and everything. So we're just gonna shout him out. He's a pretty good old friend. I don't delete StreamYard here while I'm trying to do this.
I got a preload for tomorrow, so I got to sit here with a line of like 20 fucking trucks. So I figured, fuck it, I'm going live. Got a little bit of bait mail. I'm glad you got the notification. Figured I'd go live because I ain't been live in a few days, and YouTube's on point with these fucking comments, man. You put like the small like.
I think his channel's called Trucker Reviews, but he just I don't know. He talks about all kinds of stuff, and he does a pretty good job there with editing and stuff. I kind of like how he has his intro and stuff. So I figured I'll shout him out because I think he lost his channel or deleted it and came brought back. So I figured help him out a little bit. We're gonna bring I'll make you uncomfortable in here. Yo, what's up?
Nothing much. Just finished making a shitload of fucking pierogies.
Pierogi time.
Yeah. All month.
Oscar DM's in the house. What are you guys selling them or something, or you just
Yeah,
having
$10 a dozen.
Oh, you're having okay. I was gonna say either that you're having a pierogi fest or something.
No. The wife, she's the pierogi lady. So we do like a lot of Polish food, Ukrainian food.
All right. There.
Thanks, babe.
We already got people asking what flavor pierogies. Probably all of them, right?
Oh man, cottage cheese and dill, cheese bacon onion, cheese bacon, cheese potato. We do pizza pierogies. Anything you could put in a pierogi, we do it.
I wouldn't mind trying the dill one. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, we just did a bunch of those tonight. They're really good.
What'd you do? Just dump in the pickle juice in with it?
No, we put dill and stuff. Dill and sour cream is what we put in those ones. Preferably if we have fresh dill, but it's at the end of the season, all the shit's dead.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah, a lot of our stuff is. Well, the other day I went to all the truck agencies, all the trucking companies, and I unloaded about $150 worth of pierogies just walking in the doors of these places.
Jeez, that's pretty good. I tell you what, around where I live, it's a lot of Polacks. They would buy that stuff up like no tomorrow.
Well, the town that's just 10 minutes from me, they're all Ukrainians. So like to sell our food like to the closest town, no one will buy it. Everyone makes their own.
You know what's funny? Food brings everybody together.
It does.
You go back a while back, back in the day. Let's see, Polacks and Ukrainians and all them. They didn't really get along too much. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
rough time for Polish people. We're gonna say hi to Rest Area Raccoons in here. He says, "What up, pierogi munchers?"
Fuck, I love that name.
Dan Silver's in here. 21 just says hi, everyone.
Yeah, we're trying to get some money together so we can start this next restaurant. Off to our next adventure.
Are you gonna try a restaurant?
Well, the restaurant we had before was only seasonal. So now we're trying to find something that we can do all year round. The restaurant's ready, but I need like about $3,600 just to walk into the door.
Well, yeah, I imagine all the regulation up there too. So
The regulations up here are so strict. Like
that
you can't.
the small restaurant business is another one of those where usually they don't high uh, high cost, low profit margins. Kind of unless you get into a certain niche or whatnot.
Well, the restaurant we want to get into right now, there's nowhere to eat at all. All the restaurants have been shut down. They just have
Oh yeah,
problems keeping staff and stuff there. I don't know. Unless maybe he lets us get into the restaurant and pays us a wage till we can afford to take on the whole lease.
yeah. They actually got a couple nice places to eat up there in Canada. I know I come across a few food channels and stuff, and there's like a middle. I remember I seen it's a Mediterranean, like almost it was kind of a playoff of Chipotle slash Moe's slash like Mediterranean food. It was like all like that. It had that setup, like set up like Chipotle or Welcome to Moe's or whatnot, and they did a lot of spicy, hot stuff and everything like that. I dig all that hot crap. Let's see, Dan Silver, Jackknife. Nice to meet you. I do a lot of Northeast. Well, thank you. You're out here in the cosmos of total stupidity too, I guess. Sometimes. See, Wheel Burner Express had to leave for a bit. No, that's fine. Like nobody, you can go wherever you want, Wheel Burner. It's a free country, at least on this side of the line up there. Well, at least for now. Still slightly. Are we talking about trucking or no? We'll try to, I guess, kind of stay around trucking a little bit. There, Will Burner. I mean, I don't want to get too political. Like I said, that I guess now that I'm bigger and certain
I,
people come forward, I don't know. I just don't want to. I don't want to piss anybody off. You know what I mean?
did you watch the Trump speech yesterday?
Oh, I don't know. There's like 24-hour Trump speeches going on. I was like, how the hell? It says live for 10 hours. I was like, there's no way he stood up there for 10. And then I go through it, and it looks like he's there for 10 hours. Is he actually making 10-hour speeches?
He just
Is that
keeps
really?
repeating himself.
Well, yeah, after 10 hours, at least he can stand there and do that. Like, I tell you what, the other guy can't do that.
He's getting a McDonald's cheeseburgers IV'd into his arm while he's doing his speeches.
Yeah. But yeah, that was interesting. Dan Silver, even I'm a troll. I find it very interesting that you're all through my area in New York City. I try not to get through there, but it's just where people over there need to eat too. So I end up having to go over there, and I don't know. Some days are a decent day, and then other days you get days like today where the shipper takes too long or the receiver takes too long, and then you got an accident on the LIE, and next thing you know, it takes you 6 hours just about to get over the GW Bridge, from Long Island. So
Well, it's hard for you to find all these good hidden gems when you're in a truck, eh? Who knows what a cab costs in New York?
oh, you mean like find food and go out and do stuff in Long Island? You can kind of do it. The problem is when you get out over here in the Northeast. Normally, like if you're out in, we'll say Indiana and stuff, you pull into an old Kmart parking lot, park the truck, and go get an Uber somewhere or something like that. You're fine. Out here, you park somewhere. I don't. They don't care if it looks like an abandoned parking lot for like the last 20 years. You come back, the truck's either gone, or it's maybe someone broke into it, or they booted like 5 wheels on your damn truck and trailer, and they want like $6,000 to get the boots off. You can't do that around here. It's too much flim flam stupidity going on. It's just not worth it. I never had it happen because I'm very cautious if I end up doing anything like that. But most guys, they just figure, I'll park here. I'm behind the building or whatnot. And next thing you know, they have call a number and the guy tells them it's going to be like $3,800 to take their boot off the truck. And who are you going to call? The cops don't want to deal with it. They don't even want to deal with real crime around here, let alone stuff like that.
Yeah, just keep a cordless grinder with you.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. But who knows? They got those flim flam lawyers too that'll send you an invoice for that crap. Dan Silver, thank you for the iced tea packets. I just bought my second pack. You mean the iced tea? I was talking about that C4 iced tea packets. The half and halves. Is that what you're talking about? I might have missed one of your comments. Yeah, maybe not. You just said that. I parked in Vince regarding. Oh man, I hate that place. I hate that place. I'm glad they built it. I'm glad it's that big, but they just need to build about. Uh, I don't know. Maybe turn every single rest stop on the New Jersey Turnpike in about the size of the Vince LaGuardia rest stop. But you know what though? I'm sure you're there right now. They go around, they run everything over, run the guardrails over, trash everything, do stuff. And for every time we get something good, there's always 30 or 40, truck drivers out of that bunch that decide to just screw everything for us. So I don't they're just mad at the world constantly. They're so mad that they can't even see when things are good for them that things are going good for them. You know what I mean? It's everybody's fault. 24/7, 365.
What's your best truck stop you've ever been to? Don't say Buc-ee's.
I parked across the street at Buc-ee's. I'm kind of partial to Rutgers around here. Rutgers truck stop. I wish they'd put showers in them, but I'm pretty partial to Rutgers, especially the new ones they've built lately, like the newer one over there on 222 and 61 here in Pennsylvania. And I would say it's the equivalent to a Come and Go. No, is that what those are out there? Uh, yeah, that's the equivalent to them, I guess. But they're all newer. They're nice. Uh, they're just set up pretty nice. Like I said, if they would just add showers to them, like how some of the sheets, there's a sheets in Virginia that actually has showers in it. If they would do that, it would be perfect. And that sheets in Virginia ain't too bad either. It just needs a bigger parking lot. The sheet, I think it's the sheets off of 81 there. I don't know what that's it.
Where's the scariest truck
Iowa,
stop?
Iowa. Yeah, well, Ryan. I would say Iowa 80, but everybody says Iowa 80, so it's just when I'm thinking of things that I get to more often. I've been to Iowa 80 a few times. Um, I'll say that the White's truck stop is pretty nice. The one in Virginia, White's, especially since they updated a little bit. Um, it, yeah, I guess they've gotten rid of some of the old flavor of it, but it's pretty decent. Plus, you got Quaker State Loop right there. You can walk over to and have some wings. So I guess I don't really have a favorite truck stop, to be honest with you. I guess the favorite truck stop is one I can find parked in. You know what I mean?
And
There
not
you
too many
go.
mattresses lying in the
Oscar
ditch.
Oscar DM. Rudders has awesome cheap food. Yes. You know what I miss? Rudders. Rudders used to have these lemon and bologna bites. There were chunks of lemon and bologna, and they would cook them. Like they would I don't know if they put them in like an air fryer or whatever it is, the oven, and they would get nice and crispy and stuff. And they were like big chunks of lemon and bologna. Oh man, they were freaking delicious. I would get them all the time. Dan Silver, I love Cross the Tunnel, so I use it a lot. Yep, yeah. You cross through the tunnel? Yeah. See, I don't know. I kind of know what tunnels you can go through, but not really. I do know that I may or may not have in my flatbed days taken a flatbed through Manhattan and came out. I think the Lincoln Tunnel, which I don't think I'm supposed to do, but hey, I fit. Let's see, Dan Silver. They tow everything Sunday at 5 a.m. there. Oh, they just come in and tow stuff? Oh, you mean you're talking about the guys that come in and leave their stuff over there for a 34-hour break? They come in and tow stuff. I'm guessing that's what you mean over there at the Vigilante live. Oscar DM, don't have to worry about parking much when teaming. Yeah, that's for sure. what Oh well, geez.
Hey, what's
Yo,
going on?
yo, what's up? MC.
Just sitting here at the Buffalo Wild Wings Grill and Bar, just waiting on my order to be brought to me.
Oh, Buffalo Wild Wings. Make sure you're not carrying your piece with you. They'll kick you out.
Were they really?
Yeah, well, they did me. Even in Pennsylvania, it's apparently it's a company policy. No concealed, no carrying.
Holy
You have
shit.
a permit, or you some kind of outlaw trying to shoot up places?
Yeah, no, I got a permit.
I
But
know,
but if they see it though, if they see any of it sticking out. I guess it depends on the people, but all that has to do is one of the servers see it, and they technically the manager's company policy. They don't want any.
so you were eating there one day, and then they just tapped your shoulder and said, "Get out."
Yeah, I was just leaning forward eating there, and they're like, "Hey, we don't allow carrying in the building here. It's a company policy."
That should be a Waffle House policy.
No, it should be the opposite. The Waffle House employees should be carrying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
well. I mean, to me, it's just like if you have the right to carry one, you can be able to carry if you want.
well, it's private. A private establishment. They have the right to refuse and whatnot.
So do you need a special permit to carry your gun with you in the truck? Like when you're crossing borders? Because I know like certain states you're not allowed to carry. So how does that work with you?
Put it this way: the state I'm in right now,
Yeah.
if let's say you get pulled over here and you have a Pennsylvania carrying permit, and you do the right thing. Hey, I'm a law buddy, or if they look up your license because it's attached to your license too. And they see that you have a license to carry, they'll come up to you and they'll be like, "Hey, do you have any firearms in the car or on you?" "Oh, sure, yeah, I have a carrying permit. I have my sidearm right here." "Oh, okay." "Get out of
Jim
the car!
Carrey.
Get out of the car!" Yeah.
You don't just
Jim.
tell them right as soon as you get pulled over, I have a concealed carry permit out of so and so.
Well, a lot of times they already know. Like in New Jersey here, they don't care. They don't care who you are. You got a gun on
Yeah,
you.
but Jim Carrey said anybody that owns a gun is a crazy motherfucker.
I'll take that advice. But I'm also Canadian too, so
But I mean,
I'll
that's
say,
what Jim Carrey said, and he's a
yeah,
liberal. They believe that you shouldn't carry guns.
yeah. I think Jim Carrey's a little crazy too.
Well, what made you think that? He's a multimillionaire. He's done a lot better in his life than you have yours.
No, what I mean is, I think he's last couple of years he's kind of seemed like he's went off the rocker. Just his attitude about things and the way he looks sometimes.
yeah, imagine if
Like
he owned a gun.
he used to look very well put together, and I think he's had some stress here in the last couple of years. It's done it in for him.
So, what are we supposed to say? So, these celebrities that endorse a certain political party or a certain political ideology, we say that their success doesn't equivalent to the way the country should be run, I guess.
Well, you know what? They've never been in that situation where they needed a fucking gun. That's what I have to say. They
Oh,
have
yeah, they are.
bodyguards,
Hey,
security looking after them.
Seth Rogen will quit telling. Will tell. Seth Rogen got on Twitter telling people, "Hey, you live in the city. You should expect to get robbed. I get my windshield busted out every month. Just don't leave nothing of value." And these bigger cities, they get robbed all the time. And Jim Carrey and these celebrities love to live in the big cities. They have so much money they can afford to replace their windshield every month. They don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was reading something the other
That's
day
what I
about.
meant by situation.
I was reading something the other day about people in San Francisco where they're literally just leaving their car doors open and their windows down and stuff because they're just tired of.
Yeah, so they
Even though,
don't smash the windows.
yeah, and then they said if you like go on vacation there, they get a lot of people come in, tourists, and as soon as the tourists park the car and walk away, like go get fuel or something, they'll come in, they'll smash the windows, they'll open the car up, they'll steal all their luggage and stuff. So,
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. These celebrities are perpetuating people's like, oh yeah, come to the city, you'll be free. And they say you don't want to go to the South, you don't want to go to these small towns. It's racist. They'll kill you. They'll discriminate against you. If you're black, you better come to the cities. And these black people, for the majority of them, they buy it and they're like, okay, yeah, you're right. These white people are racist, and I'm way better off in a city, and I love a city. I love New York or whatever, and it just perpetuates this just
Hate.
mode of just utter chaos. You know.
Yeah, that's all like stuff anyway. But for the most part, what do you do? You do flatbed, you do reefer. What are you into?
I think he's asking you in the top right.
No, not you.
He
You
knows what I do.
MC.
Oh, yeah, I smoke weed. I like smoking exotic. I like smoking exotic weed. You know, like that's my favorite exotic hybrid. Uh, you know, stuff that's grown outdoors. Just, and I don't care whether it's sativa. Just give me weed, and that's what hybrid is. And I think hybrid's the best. I like sativa and indica. I've tried them both, the strains and distillate form, all kinds. But I think indica in its purest form is just pure tonic. Like it'll put you out.
The wife is opposite. I'll give her sativa, and it floors her, and then I'm up all night.
Oh, you guys up there in Canada, that's all legal up there, ain't it?
To a point.
Well, that's because in Canada, y'all are ass backwards anyway with you floppy little heads, like on South Park. Man, how do you
No,
feel
no.
about that? They just roast the shit out of Canada all the time.
I don't
Oh,
care. I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it's funny.
A lot of Canadians don't really care. Well, Canada, they like lost their identity anyway. They lost their identity when they changed their flag and all that stuff. They kind of just don't. There's no real identity for Canadians
Well,
anymore.
okay, no. When we changed the flag, that was our separation from the monarchy. But we still got like two fingers holding on to the monarchy. Like it's.
I don't know. I thought your old flag was better anyway. No, MC. I was talking about how you make your money. What do you do in trucking?
Oh, me. No, I just do. Right now, I'm kind of like in between jobs. I hustle like I mostly do landscaping, but it's slowing down. So now, like I was driving for Uber for a little while, and then I switched to Instacart, and those jobs just never worked out for me. So because they want you to drive up a mountain, down a mountain, up a mountain, down a mountain, and just where it's just like a completely inefficient way of delivering. They wouldn't let me pick up 3 or 4 orders at once, then go up the mountain and deliver it on top. They wanted me to go up, down to make sure I do each one individually. And it just wasn't enough money. And I think a lot of jobs these days, there's not enough money. Like Burger King offered me $14 an hour, but they couldn't even promise me 20 hours a week. So I'm like, what the hell?
Well, yeah,
That's how they work. Though. They keep
Yeah.
everyone part-time staffed.
Yeah, they gotta pay you now that minimum wage, but then that doesn't mean they have to give you hours. So
Luckily for me, my family has some money to help me out during this time. And my family also, you know, we do family investments. You know, like one of our family investments is right now, you know, I've been producing rap music for the last 3 years, and I got a rap album coming out tomorrow, the third one. And that's what I do. And like I said, the side hustles like that, I can earn a couple $100 a month, and I really can keep my car in pristine condition. But as far as me wanting a job, yes, but you know the opportunities aren't gonna open up itself. I got to go back to school and get an education. That's what, and you know they'll pay me to go to school to Pell Grant. It's like up to about it's like 7,000 um that's a year they give you.
Yeah, but now if you go back to school, see, you could still have the same problems finding a job because now you're overqualified.
you got a CDL though, right? Or no?
Right now, no, I don't drive a truck. Right now, a lot of the I don't know what the problem is. There's just really no opportunities that present themselves in my area. Like the opportunities that do, it's frustrating because you know they want you can do a lot. Like if I was a mechanic or something like that,
No, don't be a mechanic.
you know.
I've been down that road before.
Knuckle buster.
Unless you
What I
unless
would
you get,
like to
unless you
do,
get in a diesel mechanics or something like that, you can make pretty good living off of that.
What we need up here is hydraulic mechanics. There's none. There's only one place in the closest city, and they have the monopoly. And they do shit work.
another way I can make money is like whenever some people have donated to me and I've made a couple $100 that way. I might start reacting to videos on YouTube and taking reaction requests. I was making like $20 a video for that to promote people's music, react to it. Yeah.
Well,
What's your
where are you out of?
audible?
Where are you out of? How south are you?
Over here in Hickory, North Carolina.
Hickory, North Carolina. Oh man, yeah. If you had a CDL, you could get tons of work down there.
I don't want to be away from my family. You know, my wife, she's
Well,
pregnant with a baby.
you could always go local.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's definitely something that I might have to do to give my family an upper advantage. Like I said, you know, they have some money, but I'm trying to propel us into the upper middle class. You know, we talked about it. We know they said that it does you no good to work at a job to make $15 an hour. It's just a dead end job at the Arby's is not going to cut it in your life. You're not going to be able to make money that way. You're not going to be able to make money, even if you get full time. You need a job that can perpetuate some real money. That, you know, like my rap music, like that's a family investment, and my family's strong. My family is a unified front, and it's growing. Like I said, she's pregnant, and you know, we just
You're 45 minutes away from Wilkesboro, North Carolina,
yeah.
and there's a Tyson facility right there, and they're always hiring local drivers.
Well, they hire a convicted felon.
Maybe.
That's
I mean,
another
You're
roadblock
honest,
I
maybe.
face too.
or I don't, I would imagine they would, because I could imagine the people that they're hiring in the actual assembly line, they probably don't care whether or not they're convicted felons. So I don't see why they would care about the drivers either.
I
What's your
got it.
audible?
I got a job at my local factory, and I quit that job after like I think I did it 3 days, and I just hated it and left because I was like, "This is $15 an hour. It sucks. It doesn't even make any sense what I'm doing, and there's just a bunch of chaos here and a lot of drama already. You know, like people tell me one thing, then somebody comes up to me and says, 'Don't listen to her.'" And then you got some psycho bitch with a lawsuit pressed against the company that's just sitting all the time hollering at people. It's like a mental ward. It's like, what in the hell's going on? And I just quit because like they would come around the floor, tell you to put your mask on, and then like the operators they wouldn't wear a mask. And you know, my mom told me when I asked her advice, she said, "Well, you know, don't try to correct them for their wrongdoings. They're not going to change. If you don't like the job, just leave." Because I was about to have to set them straight with, first off, the respect issue on the job. I'm not about to go into anywhere where we're going to be in a volatile situation. You know,
According to Google Maps, Western Express has a training. I guess I don't know what you want to call it, a training yard about
I don't
maybe an
think they
hour
hire
and a
people.
half out. Who Western? Oh,
They drug test.
Western Express will hire a murderer.
They drug test. They drug test.
Yeah,
Which they
yeah.
shouldn't do. I mean, right now they're just discriminating against it. They shouldn't do that. They shouldn't drug test. And like I told you, I didn't want to be away from my family, but I would be away from my family because you got to think of something. You know, there's
Well,
child care to take into consideration, and
How's it
if
going,
you're
Flat
on
Butter?
if you're on the road all the time, you're basically just saying that your kid doesn't need a father. Your kid's just going to be guided by their mother and the caregivers that are provided to them. And you're like, well, I'm out making money for this family, but what's more valuable? for a kid to have a father figure present in their life to teach them right from wrong and principles, or I mean, the money is going to come either way. Like I said, I'm a hustler, but a lump sum of money, of course. But just to be away from your family is just, terrible. That's what my girlfriend's dad did, and she said that he was hardly around at all.
See, I used to think like that too, and I ended up getting a few local jobs. I had local jobs, and by the time you usually work the overtime, especially if you end up like doing LTL work, I wouldn't get home until like if it was night work, I wouldn't get home until 8 o'clock in the morning usually. So the kids are already ready and gone for school just about, and the rest of the day was me trying to sleep, so I could get up and do it all over again. And even then, if it was during the daytime, if I had the day shift, it would be I would go to work at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't get home until like 8 o'clock at night sometimes between the drive there and everything. So I really didn't have much of a life either. At least now I can actually plan like days and vacations out, and I'm usually through the house at least 2 or 3 times a week, plus the weekend. But
Well, even find driving a dump truck. Why don't you try and find something local, just driving dump truck or something? Or like,
Like I said, I'm a hustler. See, I have power. What I have in the world is called power. Whenever you have power, like I own a 6-bedroom house and I have land. So whenever you have power, I'm just trying to network with people. Like I have a small woodworker, like he makes these small figures that wants to rent my garage out. So that's something I do. See, whenever you have an estate, whenever you have a compound, you are
you're a boss, then it's your
yeah,
company,
basically. And
and
that's what
you're
I'm
bringing
trying to be.
revenue to the property.
Right. And the property, like, our net worth, someone has to take care of the estate, as it is, even though it's not too big. But also, there's a lot of side hustles. Like somebody questioned numerous times about renting out a room. It's just these broke asses are like, I can only pay $400 a month, and I'm like, I'm not going to let you
yeah,
stay in my house for $400 a month. It's not
With
happening.
your
The average
kids,
rent, huh?
especially with your kids.
Yeah, I know the average rent in my area is $13.50, and I'm thinking, you guys are gonna, if someone wants to rent a room and live with me, all utilities included, it's going to be that price. I mean, but of
Yeah,
course, the only ones interested in that's the ones that are broke. Oh, please, can I do this? But um, and it's just like you have a network here, and you have people that look out for you, like I said, in the family and friends of the family. And when you have the power, when you have, I could liquidate my house and have $250,000 in less than a month. So when people lecture, like I've had some, I'm not saying you guys are doing, but people lecture me about what do you do for work. I don't have to do anything besides pursue education is what's going to take you to the next level. Not getting out and getting a truck. It's if you're a single man, that's fine. If you're a family man, don't do it unless you're just going to be an absentee father, or only do it if you have to do it, if that's the only income. But I'm fortunate enough to, you know, well, her dad was a Mason, so that explains a lot. The Masons are very powerful, rich people.
so you said you have a good amount of land. You said right?
No, like 2 acres, not much.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought maybe like 10 or so. I was gonna say you ever try leasing it out for like farming or whatnot?
I don't know if they'd lease out 2 acres. I mean, there's offers, people wanting to buy the land, and that you could liquidate the land. I could liquidate an acre for 12, 13,000. But they don't want to put the down payment. Like people don't want to come up with that 20, 25% down payment. They just want to, oh, here's $1,000 to take your land. No, that's not working. You got to, and I've been trying to work with the community about the vehicles. Using my land to store extra cars. I just can't. These people, there's like, dude, you got a broken down car. You got a Ford Thunderbird with a bad transmission. I'll give you $400 more than the Crusher. No, no, I got to have 700. I want that. No, you're going to get what I give you, either the Crusher or not. You're not going to screw me. I'm trying to get. I got to make it seem like that I'm giving them a helping hand, that I'm helping them out.
Yeah. Let me get through some of these comments here real quick. Let's see. Someone said Tyson has a DC 13 miles away from Covington, North Carolina. Flat Better Dick. I've been gone since my daughter was in junior high school. Now she's got a paid master's program with Rutgers University. Wow. Trucking pays, but can't buy time back. Yeah, that is sure. There's a lot of jobs that can't buy time back. My old
What
man used to be gone a lot
what
too.
people end up doing is trading their youth for money. So when they get old, they have money, and their kids have money, but which is not a fair trade, in my opinion. Trading your youth for money, and it's not something that I'm willing to let go.
Yeah, especially if you have like a hard work, like masons or concrete guys and stuff. You get all beat up and everything.
Not Freemason.
No,
Free.
I know what you meant by Freemason, but I just meant
Oh,
Masons in general for work. You know what I mean? Getting your knees blown out and stuff, and then now you can't even play with your grandchildren and stuff.
well, see, like my wife over here, she's in the car, and she can tell you about the life of a trucker. How was your dad around? Was he a local one?
No, he was a long distance hauler.
Here, hold this. Talk to him. A long distance hauler. They're truckers too, I believe. Who is? Which one of y'all were the truckers?
Oh, we're all truckers here, just about.
Except for me.
See, her dad was a trucker, and he wasn't around a lot.
No, because it destroyed his body.
Yeah. Can they hear you?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you. Yeah,
I can hear you.
Her, like, can they hear you, Becca?
Yeah, I'm sure they
Yeah.
can hear me. I'm not quiet.
yep, we can hear you.
But like what I'm trying to say is, trucking can destroy your body. Yes, you can make a lot of money, but you're going to spend your time away from your family. It's highly discouraged unless you're just if you're like an incel and you can't find a woman,
Yeah,
then
that's true.
trucking's for
A lot
you.
of that. Yeah, I always said too. It's something to do if you're really young and you just need to get ahead real quick, maybe 2 or 3 years. Just sit on the road and make the money, and then invest it into another business. I've always said that was a pretty good idea too.
I mean, unfortunately, we live in an economy to where the only thing you can do is trade your youth for money. It's not like we live in an economy to where art is valued. It's not like we live in an economy where people's intellect is valued. The only thing that's valued is what we consume under the capitalistic economy. It's
The piece of
you know,
paper that you get from a multi-million-dollar corporation, which they call a college too, it's usually for some reason valued sometimes, even though you don't know what you're talking about sometimes. But they still, as long as you got that piece of paper, that's all that matters.
yeah. Tell her what the piece of paper did for you, though. It
Yeah.
allows you to, Rebecca.
Well, I mean, yeah, it gave me a boost in my career, but I'm not working in a profession where I'm using my degree.
I know a lot of people that did it like that.
I'm not.
Do any of you guys know what this is?
Something to do. I don't know. I have no idea.
A Masonic apron?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. From the Masons. This is from 1938. And it's all made in silver.
Let me say hi to a few people here. People jumping in. Sage is in the house.
Is that blue light pulling me over?
No, it's their headlights. They're Asiatic blues.
Well, why are they blue?
Because they're Asiatic blue lights.
Yeah, she knows.
Sage said you should make your 2 acres into a compound.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it into some kind of like living quarters with maybe like tiny home or something. But you got to understand, like, I'm trying to give people a place to live. They got
I
to
don't know,
pay
Sage.
because,
I don't know.
like, they got to pay. Like, see, I'm trying to see what I have is value. Like, we have a value system. It's just right now people are too broke to afford what we have because we're ahead of them, way ahead. I mean, good God, I became a homeowner at the tender age of 26. Tell him, Woodward. Tell him, Woodward.
Oh, hush with that crap.
What?
We ain't in the military, and we sure as hell ain't in the medical field. I do not go by my last name.
Get that?
I will smack you.
You're freaking them out. But the reason I get on these panels is to discuss things with people, and if they ask me who I am, what I do on YouTube, like I said, I'm a rapper, and I just
Did you
I
beat up the
consider
coach
myself
back
a leader of men. If you I'm just like I said, I consider myself a leader, and I believe that what I've achieved in my life, trying to guide people on that purpose, like despite the felony, despite any obstacles in my way, I blew through it and became more successful than my peers that have college degrees. I became more successful than all of them combined, really, like self-generation of wealth that I was able to get just because of my faith is what I believe in. Faith. I prayed to God to have something in my life, and He gave it to me.
Everybody's got to have a little faith in their life.
Well, then what don't you? You don't have. You have nothing if you don't. I don't really
And
care what people believe in, as long as they have some type of faith.
what do you think?
Well, it's true.
Faith in general in anything. Faith in your family. Faith in God. You got to have something to go by.
I think a lot of people on YouTube, like a lot of people in general, have a hard time swallowing the idea of a class system, a class-based economy. But let me tell you something. Okay, so because of my faith, it led me on the proper direction, and it spurred a blessings in my life. And that's where it all starts. Like, I would not trade my youth. Truck driving is something that I might do as an old man to travel the country to do on like as a well, not a free vacation, but a paid vacation. It sounds fun to travel the country once your kids are grown out of the house. But to be in your 20s sitting behind the wheel all day, that's not what God designed us to do.
Hey, MC, when you said rap, do you mean like what kind of rap? Are you kind of on the same level as Ryan
Wheeler
Church?
Walker.
Yeah.
I don't know who that Ryan Walker,
Well, I said Ryan Upchurch. I don't know who he said.
Wheeler Walker.
Wheeler Walker. Do you know who that is?
I've never heard of him.
What level I'm at is I'm an underground rapper. So the people that have heard of me, uh, there's been a lot of controversy and hatred spewed my way. It's just the nature of the business, the nature of rap. When you're breaking into the game, no one believes you are a good rapper. But now that I've descended, I've ascended past the hate, and now that we're focusing on the mission, I believe that we can continue to grow. But I don't know. I need an infusion of capital. Like, really, it takes an infusion of capital to make any business endeavor work.
Oh yeah, well yeah, money makes a lot of things happy.
You know what
So the
Lisa
rap,
Cooper
yeah.
Allen is?
Like, for
Cooper Allen.
example, Eminem had Dr. Dre's money. He produced him. Kid Rock was born rich kid. Forgiato Blow. Are you familiar with any of these people? Forgiato Blow and known as MAGA rappers, Donald Trump supporters that rap and do like campaign raps and stuff for Donald Trump and the Conservative Party, like Tom McDonald and Adam Calhoun and who else? There's like a bunch of people that's doing it.
Jelly Roll?
Yeah, Jelly Roll. I mean, he's more of a country singer, but he's, I think he's conservative as well.
Jelly Roll's wife, man.
Yeah.
And I'd like to say that all these people had advantages that I've never had. I don't know anybody in the industry. A lot of these are Nepo babies, which I'm having a hard time distinguishing. I'm like, at first I was like, are they fake? But then again, is it fake just to use the resources around you? Like, if you're Kid Rock and he grew up in a mansion, but then he went on to lie and say that he's straight out the trailer park, try to make it seem like he's a working class hero. But however, what if he was just creating a character called Kid Rock that was from the trailer, like a perpetual character to represent the working class? Then I think that's okay. But what do you guys think? Do you think he should be rapping about being out of the trailer when he was born in a mansion?
No, I think that's wrong.
Well, there's a lot of
Because there's no heart behind it then. There has to be heart behind it.
What kind of rappers do you guys like?
I listen to Upchurch. Wow, I forgot. I can't believe I forgot the other guy's name. The guy from Canada. I know you're gonna know who.
Oh, Tom McDonald.
Tom McDonald, yeah.
At first, I was angry with Tom McDonald. How dare they make someone who is subpar famous? But then I come to realize that a lot of people are getting famous just by and paying money with their promotion, and it doesn't make them the best rapper in the world. If you want to know who's kind of the best rappers in the world, just look at what Eminem's doing. He selected Easy Mill because Easy Mill has the Puerto Rican audience, and he wanted that. So, that's more of being a real rapper versus doing the political rap, which, like I said, is valid. It's a service. It's like going out to Denny's, the waiter, and then you listen to music that you like the message to. He's doing a service to you. But Tom McDonald's not really. I don't know. I don't think that he's really authentic, or Adam Calhoun like authentic in the sense that he's actually a conservative. Do you guys think that he is?
Do I think he's actually conservative? I don't know. He, from his background, you wouldn't think he's conservative, but I guess he probably built up to it, maybe.
See, he's the reason I became a rapper, so I could, because I knew lyrically I could do it, and stylistically that's the practice game. But I don't know. It doesn't really do any good. Like, see, I don't really see the other rappers are like, I'm supposed to talk about other rappers, but they're not talking about me. And that's the kind of game that we're playing here. It's like, why do you deserve to be talked? Do you deserve to be talked about just because you spent money to promote yourself? Because nobody's talking about you, about your skill. They're just talking about how you get views, which is obviously massively paid for in part. After you pay for so many views, you will develop a natural traction. You're spending $100,000, $1 million a year on promo like he does. You're going to develop a fan base automatically because YouTube loves you and they're going to keep showing you out because you're all making money and you're all dancing in the Capitol, dancing in the cash. But at first, you already had to be upper class. You already had to be elite. You already had to be the top 2%. And then you just spend money to keep in that class. And that's how the game goes. So to say Eminem was selected because of his skill, because he placed second in the Rap Olympics, but also because he could be marketed to white people. So Tom McDonald is about my age, a little bit older. he was marketed to white people like me, and that's what we grew up listening to. And now me and Tommy Donald's both become rappers. Although he's more successful because he had capital to invest. Meanwhile, I've just had to rely on word of mouth, which I don't know. People say they want good rap. I give them some of the best rap they've ever heard, and they turn away from it. It's like, why do you turn away from it? You're going to go listen to these MAGA rappers. Oh, because you don't have a following. You don't have a following yet. So I don't understand why I don't have a bigger following. There's been a lot of people that hate on me that try to stop me from making music. I know that. So you figure, like, why would people try to stop something if it wasn't any good? It would just fail on its own, you know? And when I say people try to stop, I don't mean random internet clowns. I mean No Live Shacks tried to stop me. Crip the rappers tried to stop me. There's been a lot of people that's tried to stop me that, unsuccessful in doing it.
You want to listen to a good Canadian rapper? Check out
Hey,
Snap the Ripper.
hey, MC, do you have do you have a channel?
Yeah, yes. It's called MC Nemesis. My new music's posted on Spotify, though. Or if you got like Amazon Music Unlimited, you could follow me there. I don't post my new music to YouTube anymore because of the dispute we had.
But you do have some stuff over there, right?
Yeah, some stuff on YouTube, but I prefer that you listen to the newer stuff on Spotify. Like I said, I have a 13-track album coming out tomorrow, but I had already released an EP earlier this year. So don't listen to none of the stuff on YouTube. Just go to Spotify.
Hey, what was your name again?
Tell it.
I'm going to
It's
check it out
MC
right now.
Nemesis.
Sorry again.
MC Nemesis.
Nemesis. Okay, thank you.
Well, there's actually a Spotify link to the playlist that they once they hit my channel, so they should see.
Is it MC Nemesis Vlogs? Or just MC Nemesis?
No, it's just MC Nemesis, the 7.9596, something like that.
MC Nemesis 109.
Vibe, Flow, Lightning Storm, Tigers? No.
No, go to Spotify.
Yeah, I am in Spotify.
MC Nemesis on Spotify. Like, you go to my channel, then you click that link, that playlist link at the top. Explain it to them.
It's the letter M and the letter C, and then Nemesis.
Music.
I'm showing a MC Nemesis Real Rapper 2. MC Nemesis Real Rappers.
That's it.
But no, everything done 2003 was Real Rappers 3. And the Goat Hunter EP. Tell him, Becca, tell him.
Yeah, he's on the right channel.
Is he?
Yeah.
Tell him to listen to the 2023 music.
Yeah, Real Rappers 3 was one that came out this year.
And the Goat Hunter EP.
Yeah, I don't think Spotify is gonna let you, because they'll shut it down real quick. Because Spotify technically owns, I guess, some of the rights to that, because they make money off of it.
If what? Oh, you saying you can't play music from Spotify?
If you play up a Spotify, they'll kick it because they technically own some of the rights to it. When because they make money off of it too.
Yeah. So you're saying that? So if I had if I asked a reactor to react to it on Spotify, you're saying?
Yeah, I think you would have to have them authorize it or whatnot.
Yeah, but even if it gets copyrighted, it won't get blocked, will it?
This is, I guess, one of your older ones.
don't need Shaq to react to spit the facts. Y'all pathetic if you claim to fame is that tough. Real rappers aren't rappers, they're prophets and preachers, leaders, teachers, dreamers, and reachers. Yo, you better shoot for your goals, else you'll miss the basket. Fake rappers filling caskets, psychos and fiends, demons in disguise. You can't deny they spitting lies. Satanic hymns with hellish rhythms, committing sin, thinking they winning. An army who live life fast, we bust our ass, give them cash, and wonder why folks keep dying. Listen before accusing me of lying. Fake rappers just here to promote about how much meth and coke they smoke. Doing what's right, it's just too real, so they all just cheat, lie, and steal. Evil magic, hocus pocus, falling under this hypnosis of self-mental diagnosis, believing in this psychosis. Writing beats perfectly when I spit, killing foes, flows like orgasm.
There you go. I don't know. It sounds better than anything I could ever put out. I'll tell you that. What do you do? Get off?
Oh, he lit.
Oh, I guess he
Maybe
left.
he
Maybe he got
must have
mad.
pushed
I
the
don't know.
wrong button.
Oh, maybe he did.
I found him on Spotify.
I don't know. It sounded pretty decent. I mean, compared to anything I could do, it sounded pretty good. He definitely should work at it. Well, I know, although he said that's his older stuff, so that was completely random. It's nice that random people like my channel. I mean, it kind of went off the rails. Like that's not usually what I talk about, but that was cool. That was neat meeting new people. Sterling would have a hell of a time with him. He would love him.
You ever listen to Prof?
Him and Sterling would be. Could you imagine him and what's Sterling do? That EMA or EMM stuff or whatever.
Yeah, there's so many different names for it now. I can't even keep track myself. EDSM. That's what it is. EDSM.
Yeah. How's that sound?
You sound like a munchkin.
Well, I can't monitor myself right now, so.
Sounds like your balls haven't dropped yet.
Yo, I think his raps were freaking awesome. At least compared to what I could do. Like, I thought he was pretty good. Like I said, him and Sterling, man, they would really hit it up good. They would hit it up real good. Him and the EDM. That was cool though. That was cool having like. Let's see. I'm gonna go down through some of the comments here. Ryan Law, he said, "Stop it. It sucks." I haven't seen you around. What do you Are you actually like a lawyer or whatnot? Do you have like a YouTube channel, Ryan Law or whatnot? That sounds pretty cool. We're gonna try to get through some of these comments real quick. Got Michael Page, Platinum, Sage. Oh, Sage said, "Thank God that was horrible." I don't know. I thought it was pretty good compared to what I could do. It was awesome. You know what this voice reminds me of? One of my old dispatchers. I am the dispatcher Satan. You want home time? Yeah? You've been out for 3 weeks? Well, guess
Can you
what?
say?
We're going to send you 1,000 miles in the wrong direction.
Can you say, Luke, I am your father?
But yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. What Will Burner? Let's see. I'd rather sit on a live panel and get insulted by narc than listen to that. Wow. I don't know. That's his older stuff, so I'll give it to him. Yeah, MC Jackknife. I tell you what, I don't have no abilities. I can't play a guitar. I kind of was half decent at a piano or whatnot. But I'm probably so rusty now. It would be, it's not even funny. Yeah, I don't have any artistic abilities really anymore. So let's see. Ryan Law. I've been here since you were embraced. You only had 200 subs on YouTube. Last guy was the worst thing I've ever heard. Yeah, it's funny. I never seen you pop on the panel though. That's cool that you're around. That is really cool. Sage says it's bad. Yeah, Sage, I'll have to have you on sometime. The problem is that since I play the reefer gig, I have erratic times, and especially when I'm over here, I could have maybe done something today, since I was sitting around waiting, anyway for what do you want to call it? Waiting for New York to clear out so I can actually get off Long Island, but uh, yeah, it did. It didn't work out. But I'm not usually on during the day. I usually am, in the evening, late evening, or whatnot. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, though, Sage. Um, I had no hard feelings towards you either, so I don't know. I know there for a while we were going back and forth, but I understand what you're talking about for the most part. Uh, like I said, I didn't really articulate that video very well, but uh, sorry, I guess. Sorry for offending you, I guess. Um, let's see here. You know what he probably did? He probably lost service. If he's out there in North Carolina, he probably lost service. It sounded like he was driving around. But that was cool. That was cool that happened. Hey, Wilburn, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, Wilburn, you're not going on any lives lately because I guess didn't you have another surgery, or are you still recovering from that last surgery?
I think he's still recovering.
Yeah. You when you talk, you can't hear yourself, right?
Me? Yeah, I can hear myself.
You can't hear yourself through me. I mean, because you're playing
No.
through. Well, since I'm in the monitor right now, so I'm monitoring my own voice. So, but you're on the TV, so I can still hear you talking. You know what I mean? So I just want to know if you're reverbing back when you talk.
Am I reverbing? I'm not. I don't hear anything on my end.
All right, good, because that's the only way I can still hear people talking. And either that, or I got to unplug and plug back in the laptop. So, but I like being able to hear my voice, so I know I'm not sounding all screwed up, or if I'm changing anything, I know what I'm doing. Michael Page. Actually, I probably got this too close to me right now. We are all shitty fathers and husbands for being truckers. Should all just sit at home and talk about those useless jobs and education. I knew it was going to go down that road. I didn't want to be mad at it. I didn't want to be mean to the guy. I guess I because he's doing his own thing. We all do our own thing. Uh, he's just trying to take a different way. That's all. I'm sure Ryan Upchurch and all them started out, you know, somewhere similar like that or whatnot. So
You got to start somewhere.
hey, he didn't say he was on welfare, so that's all I care about. You know what I mean? Let's see. Wheel Burner Express. I had another emergency surgery done last night on the left eye. I'm now sitting at home, completely blind for the next 6 or 7 weeks. Holy crap! Was this cataracts? Is this what you ended up? You ended up having cataract surgery? I mean, you don't have to say. I mean, I'm not trying to pry into it. I'm just wondering because technically, I'm supposedly supposed to have cataracts too. I'm supposed to have that checked out, but yeah, I haven't. I mean, I don't know.
Tuesday morning, my buddy's going for cataracts. He's 74 years old.
I've heard people say they've gotten cataract surgery and it's like getting like LASIK. They can see like 20/20 again and everything.
Well, he drove to his first appointment, and then they froze his eyeballs. And I'm driving him home, and he's like, "This is no different than us driving to town, to the city, to go get my appointment done." And I'm like, "You mean you couldn't see driving to the city?" He's like, "No, I'm just guessing where the road was." I'm like, holy fuck, you scared the shit out of me, bud.
Let's see. Wheel Burner is getting cataract surgery is what started all of the problems. Really? Oh, you're in Canada though too. Okay. Shoot. See, I would be scared to get stuff like that in Canada. I mean, there's crap places here in the U.S., but just knowing that they're getting a certain, they don't get to name their price. The government gets to tell them what their price is. Uh, it doesn't. I would say it doesn't emphasize on getting ahead, trying hard. I don't know what you want to call it. Uh, if you're a really good doctor and everyone's getting paid the same, Why bother? Oh, that sucks. So really, it's complications with the cataract surgery. What they do? Detach your retina? That is crazy. Oh my god, I feel so bad
I,
for you, Warner Boner.
I think what they do is they peel a layer of your
Well, no,
lens
no,
off
I know
and
what they
then they
do.
put
I
another
mean,
layer.
the only thing I could think of where they would screw up real bad is they like detach his retina or something during the surgery or something.
Well, I had a buddy who had cataract surgery, and then he went hunting
Oh,
like 4 days after. As soon as he shot the gun, he was blind completely. He totally separated his retinas, but that's his fault.
you know what I've always said too. I'd rather. I don't know. I think I've always thought of like I'd rather be blind starting out in life than go blind because it's like having a gift and then losing it. I'd rather have never had the gift at all. If that makes any sense.
It's kind of like breaking a bone. Like, say you break your foot and you're out of work, you got to learn how to walk all over again. You got to
Sure, if
learn
you
how
need
to just.
anything, I know, I'm like probably like 12,000 miles away or whatever. But if you, I don't know, I need a passport. But realistically, if you need any help or anything, uh, you know, feel free to let me know or anybody else know. I had cataract surgery over a month ago in both eyes, and then 2 weeks ago, while driving through Ohio on 70, I had complete retina detachment on the right eye. Yep, that's what happened. Did you get it fixed in the States, or they you had to go back to Canada?
No, he did first part in the States, and then this next one he just had is in Canada.
I kind of want to make a joke, but I think I don't want to I don't want to offend you, Wilbur. I could be like, I don't know, it's kind of fucked up though. I'm not gonna make that joke.
You'll have to
I,
change his channel to Pirate Express.
no, 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 no. I'd be like, well, we could see which one's better. If the one in the States, fixes it, and the one in Canada, that'd
Which
be
I last
you could
longer.
start another channel, political channel on why America's better. Shit, that freaking sucks, man. So that's why he hasn't gone live and everything. Man, I feel for you, Will Burner. I feel for you. And now it's scaring me because like I said, now I supposedly they said I have pressure in my eyes or whatnot. They should have I should go get checked out by a professional or an eye surgeon or something like that just for the heck of it. And that's been, I don't know, 4 or 5 years and I still haven't. I'm like 30 years old, 30 odd some years old. I don't have cataract or
The wife's son had his eyes done when he was 2.
Ryan Law, two sex drivers that hit my door. The two sexiest drivers that hit my dock are from Fleet Express out of Canada, and one is a Russian chick, and the other is an Indian. Oh, women truckers. Yeah, you don't get very. I mean, there a few from the States, but not. Well, actually, no, I can't say. The two that I know off the top of my head, the one I don't know. She's a girl, all right. And I know we all have they heard all kinds of weird stories about her and everything. So I'm sure we all know who I'm talking about. She likes pink a lot. Um, I don't have no problem with her, but that there's a bunch of freaking rumors, and anytime you like align yourself with her, everyone comes after you as like some kind of weird hater. And then there's another one who I think she's like I guess you could say she's a MILF. She's an older lady. Um, she looks pretty good, I guess, for being old, but I don't know. Those are like the two main women truck drivers that come to my mind. Oh, and then farmer girl. There's a farmer. Oh, I forget what her name is. She's pretty cute too. A farmer girl. Uh, she's a truck driver technically. Does all kinds of shorts and videos of her like on a Harley or driving a 389 Pete around with her boobies bouncing up and down. Let's see. Wheel Burner Express. All right, this live has now officially turned into, since we had MC Hammer on here, It's officially turned into whatever it wants to be. Because, like I said, I was really just doing it to test out the mic and make sure people think think I sound all right and everything's cool. So this is gonna, like I said, be pretty much open panel for anything now. I don't want to get into politics. That's about it. I don't want to get into politics too hard. We can take a few swipes at it, but I don't want to go down the road of I don't know, total debauchery. I don't know. Like I said,
Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy.
hypocrisy. Yeah. Let's see. A wheel burner. I would rather go deaf or lose a limb, yes, or anything else in the world other than to go blind. Going completely blind is terrifying to me. Yes, yes, that's what I said. I said I would rather I'd rather be born without sight than lose it. Um, like your whole world is just like gone. That too. I always like felt a little weird with people that have lost their legs or whatnot, and I'm like, the year's like 2023. I'm like, your life is not up. I mean, I guess there's depression maybe or whatnot, but man, the advances in medical science are. I know we keep a lot of times you'll hear people they'll be like, oh, we should have this, we should have that. If you look at what we can do now with people and prosthetics and implants and things, just having the ability to do that is utterly like a miracle upon itself. Being able to do any kind of I don't know molding of the human body. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that because now everyone's gonna think of plastic surgery. But doing anything that involves changing the human body for the better through medical science is a freaking miracle in my opinion.
Johnny Mnemonic.
Let's see. Ryan Law. My loads are all non-touch, so we have been getting some hotties, lady. Hey, Ryan Law, are you the one? Are you the one that in Tennessee that I docked at for steel coils and a reefer or whatnot? Is that who you are? I think that's who it is. I can't remember if that's the guy or not. Like I said, you don't pop up in here very much. So like I said, I got thousands of other things to remember and stuff. Oh, don't take offense if I forgot you. Oh, West Virginia, West Virginia. Yeah. The aluminum coils. Okay, yeah. This guy. This is the guy I told about my channel. Man, this is way back when I had my 9400i, and I ended up screwing up my knee, so I was doing reefer, and he loaded the reefer up with some aluminum coils, and I took that. Where did I go with that? I think up into Ohio. Oh, he blocked his camera because he's itching his butt. I know what you're doing. Oh, he's here all the time. Just don't comment. Oh well, thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. Shit. Well, or for being here. I mean, all the time. That's cool. Indiana. Yeah, you're right. Indiana. I thought it was Ohio. Like I said, I can't remember. I know it's somewhere up in there in the Midwest. That truck was a beast. Well, I mean, it looked good. It looked good. It was not a beast. Trust me. It was neutered with a direct 10 speed and some really, really, really tall gears. Um, it was neutered. I would love that because the sister truck to that I was trying to buy had a C15 in it and a 13 speed, and I wish I was able to get that truck because it had 200,000 miles on the platinum rebuild, and it was a steal for the price. But yeah, I ended up with what I ended up with in the market. It was. Um, Now thinking about it, I kind of almost wish I took all that money and put it on a newer truck, but I would have paid like $240,000 for something like this back then. With the way rates were for trucks and stuff. But I should have tried to get something better though. I remember I was looking at glider kits, like a Freightliner Freightliner Columbia glider. And I don't really like Columbias. They kind of rattle apart. But I was a Freightliner Columbia glider kit, and it had 600,000 miles on this glider kit, and they were asking $184,000 for it. So that's the kind of market I was looking for trucks in. You went to Goshen. Yep. Yeah, it was a Flatlander that needed more gears. I think it might have used to been a Walmart truck way back in the day. That's what I think.
Just day truck. You ever see any truck drivers with just one arm?
There used to be a Prime driver when I was at Prime way back in the day. He had, I think he had both his arms. I know he didn't have no legs, and he drove, and he drove just fine. I had a lot of respect for that guy.
I know a
I'm pretty
guy.
sure it was paper. I kind of almost want to say he was actually doing flatbed, but now thinking about it, like I can't remember what trailer he had on the back of his truck, but I'd imagine he was doing reefer. But though if he was doing flatbed though, man, I'd love to find that guy and do a video on him.
Yeah, just do a
West Bend
follow
Diesel,
for a
I know
day.
West Bend Diesel out of yeah. Yeah, I've heard of them. I know a guy that only has an arm, but he does have a prosthetic on the other arm. I also know a guy that lost a foot, but is still able to drive. Yeah. I mean, it's like I know a couple of veterans and stuff that have, we'll say, appendages and things missing, um, and I feel bad for them because at first they're always, they get just the depression sets in, and you're like, I could see if you lost your whole torso and things like that. Yeah, that's yeah, you have a right to pretty much hate the world. But with the advances of advancements in prosthetics and technology and stuff, you can go right off without skipping a beat practice. Practically, it's a really good show that kind of proved it. What happens, with war and stuff like that is Forrest Gump. Lieutenant Dan. And look, he would have killed himself, and he would have never got to experience everything that he did. And I don't know how
Lieutenant
I'm
Dan.
going down this road. I guess some reason I'm going down this road is there's a lot weighing on me with what's going on in the world right now, and I'm kind of afraid that a lot of people are going to go to war. And I would say probably I'm not one of them because I've tried to join for the reserves and stuff, and apparently I'm too fat. Yeah, I'm too fat to be able to join. They didn't even care about my eye. They didn't even care about my eye. They said as long as I could pass the shooting course, which I can, I could pick a deer off at like 250 yards with iron sight. So uh, I think I could do that, but the part I can't pass, apparently I'm too heavy because I'm like 70 pounds overweight for my height or whatever. But if you're transgender or anything like that, you can join the army. Join the army. Did you? And you guys, maybe I can find this video. There's a video of we'll just say a questionable sex person. Questionable sex person. We're gonna go with that. There's a video of a questionable sex person on a army recruiting / I don't know what the hell kind of video you want to call it, and they allowed the questionable sex person to bedazzle their rifle. Bedazzled their rifle. So they're gonna run around. I don't know if they're actually letting them, but they're running around with a bedazzled rifle. I was like, oh my gosh, we're screwed. We're so screwed. Let's see. Ryan Sims, flatbed driver. Oh, he might know who I'm talking about.
I think he
Let's
was
see.
talking about
Ryan Law.
that.
Most truck drivers are. Most truckers are autos now. Yep, they are. Yep. Anyone can drive them. Most set the cruise and put their foot on. Yep, you're right. Yes, put their foot on the dashboard and watch. Hey, mini, on the dashboard or whatever they watch. Yeah,
Flip
their
flops.
Indian Punani
Yeah,
or
flip
whatever.
flops.
And demonetized. No. No. Let's see here. Oh, got text. I thought the wife might have been watching. Oh, just sent me a video. My dog likes to like sleep on the top of our couch, and I don't know what that little Boston Terrier does, but it like ruins my couch. It just pushes the cushions down and knocks them off and everything. We'll get back to Wilburn. Yeah, U.S. military is now running people run around and make their own AR-15 sexy with in while in combat. Yeah, I don't know about sexy. Uh, here's what would be, in my opinion, if I could actually like do what I wanted with my rifle. Um,
I don't even know what to say to that.
with what, making your rifle sexy?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find a good picture. Uh, well, that's not what I wanted.
You know, it's funny, you don't hear about this Ukrainian shit anymore. All you see is fucking all on my feed on YouTube. Gaza, fucking, what do they call it? Hamas?
Well, because I
Gaza.
know they can get yeah, like I said, I try not to talk a little bit about too much politics, but like I said, they can get oh geez, never mind, that's a freaking, it's the same gun, but it's in like 9mm, and I don't want to. I mean, that's kind of, I like larger round ammunition. Oh, here's the white one. Trying to see if I can get a picture that actually like pops up full here instead of tiny little pictures. This white one looks pretty nice. I got to make sure I'm over 21 here to view a gun, because it's very dangerous to just view one, apparently. Uh, let's see here. Whoop. There we go. That's see if I can blow it up.
Well, that's way too shiny. You're gonna get shot in the field with
Well, I
that
mean,
thing.
I wouldn't go. That's the only one I could find where I could blow the picture up pretty good. But I mean, you can get all kinds of different colors. You can get an orange. They got all kinds of different kind of camos, digital camo and stuff. It comes right from the factory like that. You can buy it at
Something Armories, I think, makes that. Something Armories. The wife's making eggs in window pane right
it's
now.
Black
I
Rain
haven't seen
Ordnance. It's Black Rain Ordnance is the rifle company. You can
Oh,
get them.
okay.
You can get it in Turkhill. I need to get be quicker with bringing things up. Yeah, you can get it in turquoise. See, my wife would
Yeah.
like that. I don't know. Eventually, if I have time, I kind of want to actually make some sort of a survival, not survival, but like just a little gun shooting channel or something. Review stuff, nothing like Hitchcock 45, but like I said, I don't want to do all that work and then have them be like demonetized. Nobody likes your stuff, or we don't like your stuff. Let's see, Ryan Law. Tomorrow is flip flops and Freightliners. Friday for me. Yep. Most drivers are
Crocs and
most
socks.
drivers are Crocs and socks. Yep. I have to admit, I do have a set of camo Crocs. I call them 4x4 Crocs because they got the little Velcro strap in the back. I got the camo 4x4 Crocs. And what is horrible? The horrible cologne from the, yeah. I don't know if that's cologne. I think that might be Lot Lizard Sweat from Cash is King. But he's been selling that like hotcakes lately. Let's see. Organized Chaos Trucker. It's the show up. All. Oh no. It's the show up. It's all about the shock at all. Shock and all. I don't know. What do you mean the shock and all? The show? There's
I'm
definitely
thinking
no
the
shock
way
and
the
all.
guns look.
Oh, the guns? Oh yeah. Ryan, hell yeah, I have a Bear Creek Grizzly. A Meadow Armor, yeah. I actually have a Keltec. I have a Keltec rifle. A SU-16. So and said rifle, so we're demonetized. Let's see here. Oh, the news, all shock and all. Yeah, I mean it sells. The news is shock and all. But I don't know. Like I said, that was pretty horrific. I think that deserved the news. I'm pretty sure the stuff that they said did go on.
Oh.
It does not surprise me one bit. And conflicts like that are usually the only time that I think the United States should get involved in things. Like the whole Ukraine thing, I think we built it. I think, well, to be honest, I think a certain family made that into what it is too. But we like sticking our noses where it don't belong, and then when real things happen, like the whole thing that's going on with the Gaza Strip and stuff, we kind of like, well, that's complicated, so we won't want to get involved. We might not be able to actually make money off of it. We're just doing it because America helped people out, so we just ain't going to get involved in that one. But the whole Ukraine thing and making Russia out to be this giant boogeyman and stuff, yeah, we can get involved in that.
But isn't Israel using the Iron Dome is being paid for by the U.S. government? Is that not true?
I know it was developed either with
By
in
the
hand
U.S.
or
government.
together. And from what I heard, there was a news thing or something from over there that said that Iron Dome malfunctioned or something, that there was some problem with it. And also I heard that some of the ordnance that are being shot over into Israel. Now, like I said, take this with a grain of salt because I said this is just all hearsay floating around YouTube and stuff. Are actual U.S. ordnance, which would not surprise me because you could just pick them up on the ground from Afghanistan and bring them over. Like the paratroopers and all that too. I heard that was all U.S. gear. They had U.S. gear. Which where else are they going to get? Where are they going to get professional paratrooping gear from?
So they're favoring both sides, is what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying that they've got a lot of their gear from the debacle in Afghanistan.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I understand now.
They're supposedly they're running around with M4 rifles and stuff like that. Like that should be a shame. Like if that's true, if that's true, that a lot of that's like confiscated gear or whatnot from Afghanistan, and they're using it on the Israeli people. We should hold ourselves accountable. Like that is like totally that would make if that is true. It makes me want to go out and hang my flag upside down. Like that kind of bull crap is like ridiculous. We
Well,
would
and then
allow.
they traded that Lord of War guy for Amy Griner. You release this guy who supplied all these countries with fucking weapons that should never have been there in the first place for a pot smoking basketball player that happens to be a lesbian. That blew my mind. I don't know why
You know
you
why
guys.
they didn't care? Because you know how much money the industrial war complex made off of that guy, between all the stuff over there in Somalia and all that stuff. That I don't know. And to be honest, you kind of need people like us. He would sell to anybody.
Yeah,
He'd
I
sell
know
to
that.
anybody. So
He'd send
sometimes
to both sides and be like, just doubled my money.
Hey, whoever comes here first with the money. So I mean, I don't know. He was an opportunist, I guess. It's a shame that probably the wrong people more than not got a hold of him first. But it's just if you're like a good country and shit hits the fan and you need weapons, who are you going to turn to? You're gonna wait for the UN to take 20 years to send you something while you're getting slaughtered, or you turn to this your local neighborhood arms dealer. You know, like
And arms dealer killing arms dealers.
there are people in Mexico buying illegal arms from arms dealers to protect themselves from the cartel right now.
Yeah.
So
But anyways, I gotta take off. The
hey, I'll
wife's
see you.
making eggs and window pane.
Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. I'm not gonna blame you for leaving.
Okay. Peace out. Have a good show tonight, man.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try. I'll probably stay in here for another hour.
Okay.
And then I don't know. Maybe I'll start playing Xbox. So I can play Xbox on this thing. So maybe a little bit of GoldenEye. I was playing GoldenEye last night and stuff. So
Yeah, that was awesome. That brought back memories.
yeah, I know. It brought back memories for me too. All right, I'll see you
Okay, see you, bud.
later. So this isn't I guess since we had MC Hammer come in earlier, well, I should say his real name because I don't want him to be like hating me or whatnot. Because I kind of thought his shit was pretty decent, compared to what I could do. That's for sure. And that's how everyone starts out like that. Um, we're kind of just an open show for anything. As long as I said it don't like, even though I kind of went into politics right there a little bit, I just don't want it to go too crazy political to where it jumps off the rails into hysteria. Uh, and so if anybody wants to come in here and talk about just about anything, that is completely fine by me. Like I said, I didn't start this really with a topic. If it's trucking related, that's even better. Business and trucking related, that would be great. One of these days, hopefully F8 Trucking, if he's watching this or hears about it, it would be nice if he would come in right now because I would like to talk about some numbers and things like that. That'd be pretty cool. Um, nobody's drinking, everything's good. Nobody has any hard feelings for anybody. Uh, you know, let's see here. I lost all mine in a boating accident. Yeah, no, I know. We should all lose them all in a boating accident. I basically there for a while. I didn't buy any more rifles. I was I bought well I bought a lot of ammunition is what I bought and just stacked it up. I figured uh two rifles plus I got a few other things I got. I figured that'd be enough if things never really went too crazy. But I feel somewhat well prepared if things ever go that way, which I hope not. I hope not. Uh, I have a lot of respect in what American patriotism to not constitutional republic uh, constitutional republic with democratic voting system uh, to go to hell. But hey, how's your? I guess you said there's Lou McCall. Is you still sending them out like no tomorrow, or has it slowed down at all? Because I kind of want to, since you're with a shipper, I guess I kind of want to get your take on how the economy is going with shipping and stuff, and whether or not you're starting to see a lot of really low life truck drivers coming in to pick up loads. Like the white Volvo gang with the flarings falling off and the AK-47 guys, plastic, uh, decaled up on the side of the truck and all that. That'd be neat to know. Because I can tell you what, Tyson has slowed down. My week right now, I have nothing to do tomorrow. I haven't really ran any miles. Most of the money I probably made off was the New York Metro, which I really don't want to do going to New York at least for the next week or two until things might simmer down a little bit. Because I don't feel like going there with the protests probably that are going to go on and the supposed call for action, from certain religious groups. I don't want to be nowhere near New York City right now. Yes, we are 7 days a week shipping now. Really, really. So you're pumping them out. All right. So I guess at least stuff's looking pretty good for you. I actually were waiting for you to say, yeah, we're slowed down. We're doing only a few days a week shipping or not. Yeah, go ahead. Just click on the link. I don't care. That's cool. Like I said, it's kind of open panel tonight. Um, it would be kind of neat to have the opinions of you know, a shipper per se, or at least somebody that's like in the actual uh, ground floor of shipping uh, things out. I guess you could say. I don't know what I'm trying to get at there. But I'm gonna pull this hoodie off. It's getting a little warm. Oh, I can't show that either. 'Cause, you know, oh boy, that's YouTube don't like them people too. You know who would be really great to interview. I know he's done interviews, but I would like a down to earth interview about like how he views trucking and his company and what he sees going on. I know me and him might not see eye to eye and everything because you know he really digs on the brokers, and I'm kind of I can kind of see both angles of certain things, but I would love to have him on, like not because he's big, but just because you know I know what he's trying to do with his company and everything, and would like to you know would like to have him talk about his views on how the industry's going, not like not like TV show, you know, not TV show, but not like you know off into like his project, but actually like how he thinks, uh, you know, or how he set up his business, something like that. But I know I know he would never ever probably you know come on. I remember I was trying to get a hold of him one time because I pretty much broke down right outside Tennessee when the 9400 went down. I was trying to get a hold of him to see if I paid to have the truck towed there, if he would do an engine, you know, kind of like a show with the engine, and I you know I'd pay for as much as I could, but yeah, that never really worked out. How do I hit the link? You just hit the link. You can do it either on the links. The link should be pinned on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure it's pinned in the chat if you're just watching through StreamYard. But it should be on the link in YouTube. Yeah, he just got it. It's pinned at the top of the chat. You hit it, and it won't do anything. Huh? Why is it not doing anything? You turned your link into dark mode in. Oh, so I have to turn it. All right, here. Yeah, I my YouTube my channel set on. All right, I guess I have to go in the options here and turn it off into white mode. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't think that would have a problem, but I guess it does. Now I just got to remember how I change that around. Bear bear with me, even though I'm like 30, 35 years old. Apparently, don't know what I'm doing. What the hell? I thought it'd be in general. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna post it in the actual chat here. Let's go to the channel. Oh, let's not leave. All right, how's that? Did it show up now? I think now you said dark. I think you're probably talking about him clicking on the link in dark mode. Yeah, I just reposted it. It says reporter black. What? Even being posted in the chat? I just posted in the chat, so it should just be in the regular chat. Yo.
All right,
up?
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm walking around my house with my phone and my dogs, so it might get a little barky around here.
That's all cool.
All right. But no, a lot of people don't realize what the biggest problem is with trucking right now, and I see it every day. I see brokers like Shanahan coming out and putting up, I'm just going to use numbers for an example. I'm not going to use exact numbers for posting loads because of somebody may come back and say, well, he said that you guys post for this. So I'm just going to use round numbers.
Well, nobody knows where you're from, so unless you say it, nobody's gonna know. I know where you're from, but
yeah. So say we're posting a load from our facility to one of our intermill facilities further away, okay, which you probably know where exactly that's at. And we post that load for $1,500. Well, the problem is we'll post that load with, say, Shanahan. The load gets posted with Shanahan for $1,500, and then ABC Trucking comes in. They're picking that load up for $1,350. Well, they decide they don't want that load, so they're throwing it back out on the board. And Joe Schmo, push bumper Volvo with the plastics falling off, is picking that load up. They'll post that load for $1,100, but these dumbasses are bidding these loads down. They're bidding them down to $900. I've seen 44,000-pound loads go out in a reefer for $700 going, was it 490 miles? I just had a guy take a load to Texas. He was just trying to get home. 1,700, or was it 1,170 miles to where he was going, and he took the load for $2,100. So,
yep.
I mean, that's what's going on.
No, but hey, it's the brokers. The brokers, though.
The brokers are making more money than any driver or company out there right now. Hand over fist. If you were to do something right now, I'd say park that freaking Peterbilt, become a broker, and rip off all these towel heads like everybody else is doing.
Yeah. But put it this way, I wouldn't take that load for that much.
No,
but they will. They will. I don't know how they're doing it, but they will.
If you're not running for $2.15 a mile, you're not even breaking even right now. And that's what it comes out.
I mean, that all depends on your cost and stuff. I mean, if you have a paid off truck and stuff, you can. But
I'm talking the average person like you who has a truck payment, who has a family at home, and has bills to pay and other things going on. If you're not making $2.15 a mile, that load is not worth your time. If you're running for anything less than $3 a mile in your position, you're still losing money because you're still not providing properly. No matter how you look at it, you're lucky because your truck's under warranty. If your truck wasn't under warranty, and you got to put injectors, you're sitting out in Wyoming for how many weeks waiting on parts?
Yeah. I was there for like 3 or 4 days, and that was they had the parts already. I was there for I was there for 2 days.
So yeah, I mean that's what it comes down to. It comes down to these brokers are making the money. And I mean, I know myself and a few other companies, we're not changing what we're posting these loads for price wise. All these loads are still going for the same price. The problem is the broker. The broker knows they can drop the price on these loads, or the secondhand or another carrier knows they can pick this load up and repost this load, rebrand it as something else, and make money on the side, and they're going to make more than the broker's making. And I know when it happens, because when I get my paperwork, when I print it out, it may say, of course, I'm just going to use BS names here. My paperwork will say Shanahan Transportation on it as the carrier, and then it'll say trucking company will be ABC Logistics. And then the driver shows up and he's got a Mawa trailer and he doesn't have a BOL number for me. And then I'm
Now,
like, well, I need a BOL number. Oh, well, they didn't give me one. I'm
now,
going to tell them.
do you think it's getting double brokered by the carrier?
Oh, 100%, 150%. I
Well,
told him,
that's not really the broker's fault, really. Then that's the carrier that's double brokering. Then
a lot of them are doing it, and that a big one that's doing it that I see this going through a lot is actually Circle Logistics. If for some reason Circle Logistics picks up one of our loads,
hey, don't say too much.
Oh,
Don't say
sorry.
too much. I don't want you getting in trouble. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I'm really not saying much, but because I'm not using
Names,
exact
just changing the names. Just
Okay.
change the name.
All right, so one company, for example.
But we know who you're talking about there with that.
So anyways, they're the ones that when any truck and trailer comes in that they broker out, it's trash. 100% trash. I mean, in all honesty, I think that it's not that broker, but I think there's a broker out there right now that is literally taking all the loads that they can get, and they're sending them through a mega carrier. And then this mega carrier is reposting these loads with their subcontracted drivers and trash trucks, trash trailers. I mean, it's bad. I mean, like I said, I've got pictures and videos of trailers that we've gone through, trucks missing tires when they come in and get mad because we won't load them and unload them. I mean, there's some out there that are completely bad. And I think a lot of these larger companies are trying to push a lot of these owner operators that know what they need to work for and know their worth. I think they're trying to push them out, and they're trying to go with a lot of these foreign drivers who have, for example, they just busted that place.
Their costs are a lot cheaper because they send the money home, and the way it translates between here and pesos or yen or whatever, it's totally different.
Well, I just had
$800 here, and you turn that to pesos, it's a pretty good chunk of change.
Right. Well, I just had a guy, Russian guy, come in, brand new leased Volvo, and I told him, I said, you're going to be on my dock for 5 minutes. Don't get in your sleeper. Don't put yourself on break. Don't make lunch. Park your truck, set your brakes, get out, come to the dock. I'm going to literally 5 minutes. That's it. Just pull 3 coils out of your truck. He goes in there, and I'm like, what the heck's this guy doing? I got other things going on. And, I'm one guy. We're one person, for 8 hours at a time. That's it. Just because of the efficiency of our operation. And I beat on the side. I didn't beat on the side of his truck. I knocked on the side of his truck. He come out of his sleeper with a knife, yelling at me, "Oh, don't you touch my truck. This is my home. This is where I live." And I'm like, are you serious right now? Like, you did exactly what I told you not to do, and want to get pissed off because I got to get you off my dock because I've got everybody's favorite FedEx and Pitt, Ohio, and, XPO Logistics sitting outside that, want to go ahead and charge me every time they're there longer than 15 minutes. So, but I mean, these guys, man, I mean, you guys see them on the road, but you don't understand. Like, a lot of people get mad. They're like, oh, shippers are always assholes. Shippers get so mad at us. Shippers this, shippers that. Well, you deal with these guys on the road and at the truck stops, but you don't see what we deal with on the dock. I mean, none of them speak English. We can't communicate with them at all. They want to hand us their phones. And then when they hand us their phones, that's when I see they're taking these loads for $600-700. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, you were literally just undercutting yourselves, you know, $800-900 off what the load was posted for. You know, of course, like I said, I'm just using round numbers. I'm not using exact numbers. But when you were an owner operator, you with the international and you hauled out of us, if you went back through your paperwork, you know exactly what that load goes out for. So
yeah.
But because I mean, I know it.
They're chopping the load. And even then, there was some money off of that too. I know, but even
Yeah.
then, you know, yeah. But
Well,
they're
the load
chopping
that,
that. They're
the load
chopping the
that,
load down like $1,000.
oh yeah, they dropped it down because that load that you took, it went to manufacturer RVs.
Yep. I know where it went. Yep.
Yep.
I got to talk to the guys and stuff.
Yeah. So we'll just leave it at that. But I mean,
Yeah.
we're not going to say who the company
There's a lot of RV manufacturers.
Right. That's why I said we're not going to say who the company is that it went to, but and rumor has it from one of my other carriers that place you actually delivered to, they're actually going to start making boats.
Yeah, I had a talk with one of the guys there too.
Yeah, they're
he said
actually
it's going to get real busy around here eventually. He says we're going to go into something else too.
Yeah,
they're going to make like the pontoon boats and stuff, and the what do they call those? The like the flat bottoms and stuff.
Yeah, the John boats.
John boats. Yeah, John boats. Yeah.
Yeah, they I just one of my turnaround drivers who's in 3 days a week. He runs back and forth. He was telling me about the retooling, and then I noticed we just got some different colors of paint and some different. What was it? 200 and I think we just got 240 drums of paint in the last 2 days, and some of that was some different gauge aluminum to send out to them for their testing process. So, but I mean, the market itself, with everything else that I see, you know, that you're talking about and the things that you're dealing with, it just has to be with what you're doing, because I know that, you know, most of what I send out goes out in a reefer, you know, and, you know, very, very little of it goes out.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, about the flatbed. Are they doing the same crap on the flatbed side too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I know a lot of people jumped over to that. So.
Well, then the place out back from me, that there's that other company back there that we were talking about. Yeah. Well, they just ran into a huge problem because a lot of their flatbed drivers that were coming up from Texas hauling that material up, they were all foreign. None of them had PPE in their trucks. They kicked every one of them off the lot and refused all their loads, sent them all back to Texas. Oh yeah, every last one of them. I watched 9 trucks turn around and leave in a matter of 45 minutes. And then to top it off, they had DOT sitting outside the gate waiting on every one of them.
If you go up to, let me find it real quick. I want to make sure I pronounce the name of the place right here. See if I can find it there. All right, I know I'm in the right area.
Right off of Interstate 70.
No, I know, not you. I'm not looking at you.
Oh, okay.
Another aluminum place that I've gone to that they have some very interesting rules. I have to get to real quick. We got to find out. Oh, if you go up to Messina, there is Alcoa up there.
We actually paint some of their metal for them.
Alcoa literally has a big sign that says, if you can't speak and understand English, we won't take you. We won't load you or anything. They said specifically, they said the cell phone, they will not do the cell phone. They said it's a safety reason and everything. And you know, I could believe it, because they got the tubs of liquid aluminum running around there. You know, you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, they also like you said, PPE. They're big on that too. And I've watched some guys, you know, come in there and they won't have PPE, and they'll send them out and they said, look, you got like a half hour to come back, and they'll go down to Tractor Supply, which of course everyone already is, so they're always out and they can't get it. and they get kicked out. And so now they're out in the middle of nowhere. They drove all the way around, because you know where Messina is. It's almost up there at the Canadian border.
No,
They drove
exactly
all the
where
way
it's at.
out there, and then they're kicked out with no load.
Well, it's like we had talked to our rep from Granger about putting in a PPE machine in where we could
Yeah,
sell.
you should do that. Charge like $20.
Oh yeah, where we could sell
Like,
straps and PPE, vests, everything out of the
that's
vendor.
crazy. You got to do that though.
And-
And then you
and
want,
just-
and then these truck drivers and owner operators wonder why these owner operators can't get into with actual shippers because stupid shit like this.
Well, the biggest thing about it too is OSHA 1910 states any person or persons on inside of a fenced yard, which I have, okay, any person or persons inside of a fenced yard must have, which is required, safety shoes, long pants, a vest with 100 square inches of reflective material, hard hat, safety glasses, and hearing protection to make sure that they can meet the needs and the specifications of the facility that they're at. It's sad I can rattle that off the top of my head.
Well, when you're spouting it off all day long.
Yeah, well, it's not like they understand what I tell them, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, it'd be nice if the FMCSA would kick in on that too a little bit. But
you
then
know,
again, you know what though? Like things we're talking about right now, if you go through my comment section, you will see, oh well, you should, everybody has to start somewhere. Everybody has to have a chance. Everybody this, everybody that. Well, I don't know. My great grandparents, they came over here from Poland. They couldn't speak a lick of English. Within half a year, they could at least, they were doing enough to be able to get jobs, teach their kids English, and eventually, let's see, my great grandfather ended up getting a job with U.S. Steel.
right, and them guys had to learn. It was either learn
And they
it or
weren't
lose it.
going to. Plus, the freaking guys in U.S. Steel, they weren't going to cater to him. You know what I mean?
No, oh no, not back then. I'm gonna go hide in my basement bathroom.
We're talking about the Tom Carnegie, the Carnegie Steel
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
Yeah, Carnegie, Rockefeller, all them big steel guys. I'm hiding in my basement bathroom to smoke a cigarette because I don't want to go outside where it's dark, and then I'll disrupt my dogs, and they'll want to go outside, and I'm not going to deal with that. So I'm in this little bathroom I have that I built underneath my steps, so I didn't have to walk upstairs all the time to use the bathroom.
They call that the Pittsburgh, out in Pittsburgh, they call that something. I think they call it like the Pittsburgh potty or something. They call it. Because back in the day, all the guys coming in from the steel mills and stuff, they'd go down in the basement and change and do everything and shower and use the bathroom before they were allowed to come in the house because they were covered in all that soot and
it's all the coke dust and all
stuff.
all the chemicals and stuff.
Yeah,
I do it
back when America
now.
used to do stuff. We had real workers.
I do it now when I come home. First thing I do when I come home is I come in the basement. I haven't even been upstairs yet. Yeah, I come home. I come in the basement door. First, I strip off everything from work. I mean, you see the environment that I'm in.
Yeah,
we're not manufacturing there. We're coding there, but still, I mean, we have all those chemicals and everything. Plus, I have all those drivers that come in. I don't know what they've touched, what they've been around, and I don't know what they're carrying. And because I know the cargo I'm putting in, but man, and I can't read. I'm on my phone, so I can't read the chat unless I go grab my iPad and set it up too. So just FYI.
Yeah, actually, if you look over on StreamYard, there should be a spot for chat on the side.
Oh wait, can you still see me?
What you do? Did you just back all the way out of StreamYard?
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay.
And it should show a chat on the side or on the bottom.
Oh, I got it right here. Chat. Nope. Comments.
Restary Raccoon was the last one to say something.
Okay, I got it. Can you still see me?
Yeah, I can still see you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. This works out perfect then.
Yeah. Restary Raccoon said, "LOL, the one Russian guy from my old company got kicked out because he followed me into one of those places without checking in." What, he just didn't check in and just drove in?
Oh, we get a lot of guys that do that. They'll want to pull in, and instead.
Well, I remember when I was there last time, there was a bunch of that I don't know what the hell they had, girders. They were doing oversized stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
and
was at the
and the
gate.
guys like they're like getting ready to leave with the pilot cars and everything, and the those guys just like parked in front of them and just left and walked over to you, over there where you are, and just let the truck sit there while they were trying to get out of there.
Oh, that's all.
No accountability, no like thought about, hey, maybe I shouldn't park my truck in front of these guys in oversize that are
Oh no, they don't care.
trying to get out of here.
They don't care at all. None of them do. Most of them
No,
are,
they don't even have an inkling of what's going on like around them.
no. But and it's like, for some of the people that are here, I mean, me talking, you'll
See,
remember.
we're not going to call them foreign. We're just going to call them we'll call them English disabled or whatnot. You know what? I mean, I have no problem technically with people coming here, but if they come here to assimilate and become an American and have American values and stuff, I'm perfectly fine with that. The ones that I don't like coming here are the freeloaders that don't want to do anything and want to turn like North Philly. And I mean, I'm fine with Puerto Rico Day and all that stuff, but I mean, trust me, they could care less. Really, they're just happy to get what they got here, and that's it. They're not. Most of them aren't going to sign up to go to war tomorrow for us. I'll tell you that. They'll just be like, oh, it's being here. We'll just go right back to Puerto Rico or wherever else. And I have a buddy that's Puerto Rican, and he's told me this. It's weird how that culture has turned, because he says there was a time where, they were very, I don't know, patriotic, even towards America, and it just over time it got into that. So organized chaos said, my question is, how do foreigners, they don't know English. I'm CDL. I'm CDL.
So basically, I asked a driver this exact question. And before, you used to have the CDL test, and all driver's tests were only given in English. Now, the way
they're in all kinds of language.
Yeah, the way these schools are set up now and the way that they're pumping them through. So if you watch some YouTube videos and you'll see these guys coming across the border and they say, oh, well, I'm going to Chicago, I'm going here, I'm going there. So like in Chicago, for example, where you'll notice a lot of these drivers are from, or their companies are from, they'll give them the test and everything in their own language. And then they rely on their GPS to get them to where they go. That's why a lot of these guys now are hitting low bridges, going down 10-ton streets, and having all the issues that they're having because they can't read the local signs, and they're following the regular GPS on the iPhone instead of the truck GPS in the truck.
Yeah, because the truck GPS don't have many options. I'll tell you that for different languages. I don't think.
No, and it's what it is, because they start.
I'll show you right now show you now what a lot of them are doing. We'll go on my channel here.
So they start scrolling through their phone to show me their information because they can't talk to me. And I'm sitting there and I see all the things that they have open, and I'm like, gee, many Christmas, and this guy's on the road, and trying to get them to figure out how to slide their axles back so I can get them loaded. That's a whole different story in itself. But
yeah, I had the sound all the way up on that, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to hear it. But this is a short I made, because these companies are all over Facebook, and they like recruit for trucking companies, and they're all foreign workers they're recruiting. And I shared that. Oh, I got on mute.
A group of drivers that you can treat like indentured servants and just threaten them with deportation, or perhaps maybe your labor costs are extremely high, and due to the foreign exchange rate, you could pay these drivers extremely low wages. And I got a recruiting company for you.
We specialize in helping companies solve driver shortage and driver retention in 18 months or less. Here's what's going to happen when you work with us. You won't have to worry about recruiting, hiring, or retaining qualified drivers ever again. You'll be able to hire drivers that commit for at least 3 years permanence. You will have a team of experts with more than 10 years of experience handling thousands of cases that help your company every step of the way. We take care of compliance and the entire recruiting and immigration process.
Yep.
Nope. What are the next steps? All you need to do is book a 15-minute call with our team to see if we're a good fit to work together.
You run or operate a trucking company.
Like that is
would you love
like total like stupidity right there.
And like I said, I see it every day, and it's worse and worse. But what gets me is, some of these guys come in, and what a lot of people don't realize is like these guys are taking these loads from my location to California, and there's not 2 guys in a truck anymore. They're running 3 guys in a truck, and that truck's running nonstop all the way to California. I had a guy they picked up a load on a Wednesday, and the receiver was calling us on Saturday complaining that we didn't tell them that the delivery date was on Monday. And I'm like, no, it's right there on the paperwork. And it's these.
Now,
Just
was this a no-name carrier or was this a Knight?
No, this is a no-name carrier.
Okay. All right. Well, then because I know they do training. Knight does three-person training, but I could see them doing that crap.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They got 2 guys.
Well, you can pay if you pay them all. If you're paying 3 guys 30 cents a mile, you can afford to do stuff like that.
And that's all they're doing, and it's crazy.
Yeah, that is utterly ridiculous.
But yeah, I mean, there's so many things I see on a daily basis, and it's just like, what the F?
So do you? I know. Well, we all know the brokers are taking a cut. So do you think there's basically carriers out there that are double brokering freight and then hiring these no name because they don't know any better?
I see.
And do you think these carriers that are double brokering? Do you think they're usually foreign too? Also?
Oh yeah, and because
that's what I figured.
When
they're like, oh, we hook you up, we can speak your language and we hook you up, and they're at the Jonas, they're just taking advantage of them.
Yes, because when they call to get the BOL number, okay, because I know it's a double or even triple brokered load when they don't have a BOL number. And I'll have carrier, it'll say who the broker is, and then it'll have the carrier's name on there. And then another carrier will show up.
I wish you would have jumped on sooner, because this is the way I wish the show kind of went in the beginning and not, I don't know, wherever it went. But hey, I have a real quick question here. Shannon Thomas, would you as a shipper prefer to have a semi-truck dedicated or a dedicated trucker instead of brokering out loads?
See, that's what I'm pushing for. I'm pushing for dedicated carrier. And we have some dedicated, I can't say the name of the company, but
no, that's fine. Don't say any names. No.
We have a dedicated carrier that hauls in and out.
Getting a glimpse behind the curtain, if you want to call that. And I don't want anything to happen.
Yes. We have one dedicated carrier that hauls out 3 days a week. And I have his, the owner of the company. I talk to him directly sometimes. I'll call the driver, be like, hey, where are you at? I'll hold trucks in my yard and tell him, come in, hit the Jake, slam the dock. I'll get you in and out, screw the towel heads. I don't care. That's just the way I do it with him. And then the other dedicated carrier I have takes out my scrap 3 days a week. He takes scrap back to the mill and then brings us in fresh material Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And that's the same days that we have a dedicated freight carrier that runs. But to have dedicated drivers, I'd love to do it. I'd love to be able to just broker our own loads, to be able to deal with the same drivers, get the same drivers on dedicated routes, and then all the BS stuff going to Texas, unless you wanted to go to Texas, unless you wanted to go to Florida, unless you wanted to go to Kansas, Oklahoma, Canada, Portland, wherever you wanted to go. If you wanted that route, hey, it's your route. If you can get a load back, more power to you. But if you want to keep running, quote, our inner mill, back and forth, raw material from the mill and then hauling back to Indiana to, other locations, you could do that too, like the other guys do. I would love to do that. But the problem is I don't have anybody okay, so my background real quick. I'm 46 years old and I've been around the transportation industry the entire 46 years of my life. I'm not just a guy that works on a shipping dock. I'm the guy who works on a shipping dock that is the most underemployed person in my company right now. Okay. And I like it that way. I've been all the way at the top. I've been all the way at the bottom, and I like it at the bottom. I don't need the income. There's a lot to this. I do this because I need health insurance, and my girlfriend said I can't hunt and fish my entire life. So there's that. But I would love to be able to, talk to the guy that's in charge of our shipping, at our mother location, and get this pulled out of the brokers and do everything in-house and just set up with carriers and find some owner operators that want to make some money. Find some owner operators that want to set up their own lanes and own
What
routes.
I don't get is you could easily save some money too on that because
And that, but here's the thing,
and still get a better service get better service.
Not only would we save a lot of money, we'd get a better quality driver with better equipment, and you're dealing with the same people all the time. Like we had a driver, and I'm going to say the company because I don't care because she doesn't work there anymore. We had a driver who fought with ARCA. She lives locally around me. And she said, hey, can you guys put me on this lane, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they said, oh, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. So the only thing they would do is give her a load back to us. Now, mind you, their yard is right across the street from one of our plants. Okay. The only thing they would do is give her a load Friday morning to head back down to us to drop off so she could be home for the weekend. That's all they would do. I have a driver, like right now, I have 2 drivers, my scrap driver and a dedicated driver. They work 3 days a week. My scrap driver, his company pays him, and they pay him $2,000 a week to work 3 days a week. He drops scrap Monday morning, and he's on paper log, and I'm just going to leave it at that. He drops scrap Monday morning, reloads, comes back to us, drops master coils to us, reloads with scrap, and doesn't have to be back out there till Wednesday morning. So he's home he's home every night. He's not sleeping in his truck. And he's got a brand new Peterbilt with less than 20,000 miles on it that they just put a wet kit on for him. And he's loving it, but he's also been driving for 40 years, and this is his retirement, the way he looks at it. He loves it.
Yeah, here, wheel burner here. Wheel burner express. In Canada, you don't even have to take the test for your CDL in English. They allow you to take it in whatever language you speak. Question is, if you can't read English, how are you reading street signs?
They're not. They're not reading the signs. They're trusting their phones. They're trusting the GPS on their Android.
Hey, you know what though? As soon as one of these politicians figure out there's a way to start a company to funnel taxpayer monies into a separate company that makes separate, different, language road signs and stuff, your tax dollars will be paying for all that, and they'll have their outside influences and everything pushing your tax money into this company while they invest in millions of dollars worth of stock and make a killing off of us. That's how it goes.
Too is a lot of these guys, they're getting 500,000. They come here, they get $500,000 to do a startup company. They're buying $35,000 roached out Freightliners and Volvos. Okay.
Oh, wait, you know a little bit about the Chicago carriers? It sounds like.
I deal with them every day, and they're buying these trucks, they're leasing these trailers, and they're living in these trucks, making money, sending all that money back home. They'll run their company for 5 years and still got $450,000 sitting in the bank that they never had to spend on anything. Because a lot of these guys, if you look down through like Truck Broker and stuff, or you look through some of these auction sites and stuff, you see a lot of trucks out there need rear ends, need transmission, need motor, no title, abandoned equipment.
I was gonna say, I've heard a lot of stories that some of these guys, they come over and they get everything on credit, or because they've already had something established before, some of them, or they're able to get over here and get something established, and they'll run on credit. They'll get all this credit built up. They won't pay anything, and they'll just keep going until they eventually get repoed or whatever. And they already got all the money, and they just go right back. And then they come back with another country, another LLC or something. They open up another trucking business and whatnot. They just play the system over and over.
Well, even passenger, they're doing it with passenger carriers too. I mean, because that's what I did for how many years was, my business was passenger carriers, and it's the same thing. And then they start putting all these regulations in, and then truck drivers will say, oh, well, you got all these bus drivers out here doing this and doing that. And it's like, truck drivers don't understand, as a passenger carrier, we're under more scrutiny than you guys are. We have to have ELDs in all our buses. We have to make sure that we take our breaks. The only advantage that we had as a passenger carrier is when I come up on the scales at 75 miles an hour, I'm hitting a horn and cruising by, because they can't do an inspection on a bus with passengers on board. It don't matter if you got one person or 55 people on that bus. They cannot do an inspection.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand. That's why buses get to blow the scales. It's not because they don't want to inspect these buses. Buses, a legitimate bus company, has better equipment on the road than most of these, large freight carriers do. Now, I'm not talking Greyhound or anything like that, but like you look into a company like Coach USA, who, basically utilizes a lot of smaller companies. Coach, and your equipment with Coach USA can only be so old. It has to be up to par. In the state that I'm in, before I could even get plates for any passenger vehicle, it had to go through a complete inspection and it had to pass. And I can honestly say in 13 years, I never had one out of service. That's on, motor coaches, buses, sedans, SUVs, limousines, and whatever not. Now, I'm not going to say on the trucking side of things that there weren't out of services. I mean, when you're 16 years old taking a 81 cab over international for fuel, when you get stopped, there's a out of service placed on the truck, and the 16-year-old driver gets points on his license that he shouldn't have got. But hey, it happens.
Yeah. Sorry, there was a bulb over here. I guess he didn't know. I don't know. He didn't know where his brakes were or whatnot. He was like coming right at me and then slammed the brakes on at the last second, trying to get in the spot over here.
Oh, they do that on the dock. They'll set the brakes on the truck, but they won't set the brakes on the trailer. And I go in and I'm sitting there and I'm like, "You gonna set the trailer brakes?" "Oh, I did. No, you didn't. I heard one, psh, not two, psh." And then they go back in the truck and psh, it's like, "Oh, okay. Oh, they didn't know." It's like,
Wheelburner said, "There's no way in the world I could be a bus on a bus." They said one passenger is too many.
Listen, let me tell you something. You ain't done nothing till you've hauled to a fucking Sluts and Boots concert. That's all I'm gonna say. You're hauling 13 to 15 girls to a country concert in short shorts and titties out. There ain't nothing better in the world. And I'll tell you this much: I could have a limousine driver make $600 to $800 a night just in tips, and that is no BS.
No, I know. I remember. Depending where you're at, yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, especially with all the venues.
Well, I did Uber for a little bit when like the truck was broken down and stuff, and I was like, screw this. I was like, the only way you could really do half decent is if you get tipped half decent. And where I'm at,
right
out in the coal belt region here, you ain't getting too many tips,
Oh, where I'm at with the cities that I have around me that we traveled to, and venues that we traveled to. I mean, I'd have my drivers on any given night. They work 6 to 8 hours. They're making $300 to $500 a day. So I had drivers that just did it part-time just for the money. I mean, and I'm not going to discuss pay because I've got some tax issues going on right now. So we'll just shut up about that. But there's money to be made with with your passenger endorsement. And motor coach drivers, a lot of truck drivers don't think about this, but as a motor coach driver, you don't hear what goes on behind you. The way you're sitting, especially in an MCI, especially in a J4500, the way you're sitting in that seat, you don't really hear what's going on behind you. Most people weren't talking to the driver because the driver, just ignore them. It's all you got to do. But that driver's getting free vacations too, because you get a trip going to Florida, and you're the relay driver picking up in Georgia, then you're with them the whole week. That's a free vacation. You're getting paid every day, whether that bus moves or not. You're getting free hotel, free food. And a lot of times you give them a 55 passenger bus, tell them it's a 52, and you take your wife with you, or you take your girlfriend with you, which you can take your wife and your girlfriend with you.
Hey, real quick, most of your stuff goes up in the Midwest, right?
Most of my stuff?
Yeah.
Most of the stuff I ship now goes west. We do send a lot to Florida. I do send a lot your way. I just sent a load to Poughkeepsie, Clifton, New Jersey. I'm trying to think where else. We do ship a lot of stuff northeast up your way. So you could actually, if you were out my way and you needed to, say you delivered to the Walmart out my way, like a lot of these foreign drivers do, you could drop down, pick a load up to Poughkeepsie and head home, or Clifton, New Jersey, or Stratford, New York. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I send loads there too.
Do you guys load Conestogas?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, one day, but then again, I don't know. I don't. It's hard for me to think about any. The big thing is I'm trying to think of loads that go down towards you and where that's at. And it's not exactly the most booming area around. You know what I mean?
No. Well, actually, I have one company. Well, actually, it's a large reseller of our product is who it is, and they prefer all their stuff to be on flatbed or Conestoga, and they want it side loaded because they deliver job sites.
Yeah. Well, no, I meant to get down towards you to pick up like a backhaul coming back or doing something.
Oh, you'd have to go to a Walmart or distribution center. You'd have to go to a Sam's.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to go to one of those.
Shannon Thomas Trucking says, I would love to work with just one shipper / receiver directly and constantly without a broker involved.
And that believe it or not, a lot of companies are actually going to start going away from brokers because of, well, things that I hear on my side of things. Okay, from people that I know that are in the trucking industry in this area, especially with the manufacturing around here. The biggest problem that we're having with brokers is not knowing who and what you're getting. If I put in that I need a dry van, I don't want a freaking reefer. A reefer can't haul 45,000 pounds, and I sure in the heck don't want. I
could.
Well, yeah, with your truck.
I had the older truck, but
on the other side of that too is I don't want a clapped out shit box coming into my dock that's going to break down on my dock.
Yeah.
I just had that 2 weeks ago. I had a guy decided he was going to try and change his fuel filter on his truck on my dock. I'm like, are you seriously right now? Like I have one dock I can use.
No, I change real fast. I be in and out real fast.
No.
We good. Oh, it won't start. Oh man, I am sorry. It won't start. Tow truck won't be here for 4 hours. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's bad. Well, actually, I had a winch truck from out back come hook to him and pull him out. He charged him $500 and wouldn't unhook his truck till he paid him.
Yeah.
And when I mean pulled him out, I mean pulled him out.
Oh yeah, there was all that oil rig winch trucks there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he pulled him out good, loaded trailer and all.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a sight.
Oh yeah, they had no problem. They got like 20,000 pound winches on those trucks.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the black marks that truck left across the parking lot was hilarious. He had 16 flat spots. I mean, it was given. But and the other thing too is like these guys back up to the dock, and you tell them to slide their axles back, and they're like, "Oh, what's their axles?" I'm like, "Tandems, dude, tandems." But a lot of them don't realize it. Like on the small loads, on the lightweight product, not the larger coils, but on the smaller coils at 700 pounds a pallet, and I'm only taking 2,000 pounds in at a time. I don't need them to slide their axles back. Okay, I like them back if I'm using the little Heister 60, it's fine. If I'm using the 155, no, them axles have to go all the way back. But if I'm using the 155, the axle movement doesn't matter. But the biggest thing is I tell the other guy on the dock, they have to move their axles. And he asks me why. And I tell him, I'm like, because if they can't move their axles, they don't have trailer brakes. And he's like, well, I never thought of that. And a lot of people don't. And the amount of trucks that come in and their axles won't slide back, sorry, I can't load you. You ain't got no brakes. Your wheels are rolling. There's nothing I can do for you, buddy. Oh, no, it's fine. Just load me. No. I see how you drive down the road. I don't even like passing you. No, it's not happening. Especially when you hit the mountains in my state. You get down there on a 77 or 64 or something heading to Florida, you ain't making it to north. You ain't making it to Virginia.
Yep. No, there's been a lot of accidents there on the West Virginia Turnpike and stuff lately. They come in. I watch them. I watch these guys. They're loaded and they're coming into West Virginia Turnpike, hauling ass. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, this ain't your regular. This ain't driving down the Indiana toll roll here.
Oh no, you just left the
You
flatland.
got turns, real turns.
You ain't in Indiana no more.
I remember how many accidents. Oh my! They got like just a light dusting. It was like not lake effect, but just random little snow squalls. The one year when I went through there, oh my! These guys were flying through these tiny little snow squalls, and they'd come up on these turns, and they were just gone.
Well, we had like one of the services I used to offer with my company is I had a lot of older clients. And we would take them to doctor's appointments. We'd take them, just in sedan service out to dinner at night, things like that. And one of the things we used to do is we would drive motorhomes to Florida for them. We'd take their truck and their bumper pool camper or fifth wheel or whatever. We'd drive to, Florida for them, drop everything off, set everything up. And then we'd go pick them I'd have another driver take them to the airport. We would pick them up at the airport in their vehicle, get out of their vehicle at the airport and catch a flight home. And there were many times I'd be coming back the West Virginia Turnpike driving somebody's $1.3 million Prevost motorhome sitting on 16 airbags that would hug them curves, coming through there 70, 75 miles an hour with some towelhead trying to keep up with me. I'm like, dude, are you stupid? Like, this bus is meant to handle this. Your truck's not. One little load shift, you're laying on your side. And then, a couple minutes later, I check the mirror and he's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah,
like, he really not keeping up.
Well, it's just like how they don't know the exit ramps or anything either. They have no idea what the hell they are.
Oh,
that whole thing in Colorado still irks me that it went down like that. And you know what? No, everybody involved in that whole fiasco, even the FMCSA is liable in my opinion. The company, the driver, the FMCSA for allowing, the licensing like that. But,
oh, well, and look at the guys that are pulling off on these hills in front of the truck runaway ramps. Have you seen
pulling over and sleeping? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen those videos?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Guys going down the highway, you got a guy smoking his brakes, getting ready to hit the ramp. And he's either going through a truck or he's going through a family at the bottom of the hill. Just pick one. Personally, I'm going through a truck. You're dumb enough.
It's funny with all the new technology on the trucks now and the Jake brakes and how well how easy they're able to put on now too. You just push a button. You would think it would lessen that up, but it hasn't. I think I've seen more smoking brakes than I ever have in the last 10 years.
Well, my thing is what they need to do on a perfect example of this would be a Freightliner. Freightliner would be a perfect company to do this, but just don't do it to the Western Stars. Just do it to the Freightliners. They have it's like a magnetic drive shaft brake that they put on fire trucks.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, they put them on fire trucks because they don't want the fire trucks using the Jake brakes in neighborhoods and towns and stuff, and especially at 2:30 in the morning. It was more of a courtesy design that Freightliner actually came up with when they took over. I'm trying to think of the fire truck company that they were building trucks for. Shoot, they were American LaFrance. And they started putting that drive shaft brake on those trucks, and it worked really well. It held with no problem, and I don't understand why they don't put that.
There's an option on Super. Well, I don't know if they have them now, but they might. I remember the older Super Duties, the F1, F350s and stuff. They had an option for they would literally have a caliper, like a caliper built onto the drive shaft.
My F250 in tow mode has it's a built-in transmission brake, and it's not the downshift mode. It's not. It literally it brakes and retards the engine. It cuts the fuel to the cylinders to retard the engine, and then it holds the transmission back for downshifting. So going down the hill, I don't smoke my brakes, and that's in my F250 with a 6.2 in it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these new hotshot trucks, they're able to pull a lot more than they ever should. I tell you that. There's a hotshot channel up in, I think it's northwest Canada, and he like hauls like 50,000 pounds around with an F450 or something like that.
Oh, that's the one he put DEF in his diesel tank.
I don't know if it's that guy or not, but all I know is he had like he'd show you the video of him on these giant mountains, loaded up to the gills with something giant, like a old.
It was
like a
like a turbine for a power plant or some shit, like stupid shit.
Well, he'd have something big like that, or he would have a what do they call them? They're usually fire engines for like
Oh, the
airports.
Oshkoshes.
Yeah. He would have them. Yeah, you're watching you're watching the other guy with the oh man, I can't remember his name. Let me see if I can remember it. I remember the truck name. It's in my head. I like got the tip of it. Orwell. Meanwhile, you got Orwell doing the same thing, and they're with a freaking 45, F-4500 hauling around an Osprey through the freaking Canadian Rockies there or whatever.
Yep.
Dean Roberts. It's dangerous industry still around. Last I saw, his new truck went into limp mode. See, I guess she must know what we're talking about.
I was watching that CP Steve Miller for a while. He was a hotshot driver out of PA. And then all he started doing was working on trucks and this and that. But I started watching his channel because he was in a 3rd gen Dodge with a 12 valve. And every time he turned around, he was breaking down. I mean, he just couldn't get things dialed in right. And he was doing it right. He was making money and he knew what he was doing. But he started relying on YouTube too much and the building of trucks and this and that. Now he's in a shop and it's like, dude, why'd you get away from your channel? You know, you were doing good things. You were hauling some interesting stuff. And now you're just working on stuff. If I wanted to watch somebody work on stuff, I'd go down my buddy's garage and sit there with a 12-pack and watch him complain all day. You know, there's more humor in that, but a little off topic.
That's all right. I put in hot. Oh, what the heck? You should see some of the crap showing up because I put in hot shot. Oh my gosh. Let's just say YouTube has a lot of very questionable channels.
Yeah, if you're over 21 and you put hot shot in, it's not trucking. You need to put parental controls on your computer when you're doing lives.
Let me see if I can find the same guy here again.
You know,
One of his channels on.
Another YouTuber that kind of got away from trucking was Gentry and Son. It's more vlogging now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but I mean, like I said, I would love to have him on just to talk about like a little bit about the business side.
Yeah.
You know, like what he thinks and everything, and how he changed his business and how he went more specialized in this, bull hauling specialized, aircraft hauling specialized. You know, he's not like trying to haul your everyday.
No, he's not hauling
everyday crap. Then again, just him being on YouTube made and doing what he did, but taking chances and hauling big things and things that normal people wouldn't haul, made a name for himself for hauling other YouTubers interesting things around.
But that's the thing, with the YouTube platform, though. I mean, look, well, I mean,
I should say when I start my authority up, I am definitely going to have some kind of presence on YouTube with the actual company. I just don't know because technically the company's technically my last name, and I don't know if I want that out there. But technically his last name's out there, so
right.
So I mean,
it doesn't matter.
The way I feel about it is, yeah, sure. Brokers probably wouldn't be able to spell or pronounce my last name right, and same thing with the guys that probably would drive with the truck. But the way I would see it is my name's going to be on the side of the trailer and truck and stuff, and it's going to run how I want it to run, and that name's going to be respected in the industry. I'm not going to have no swift transportation going on down the road or anything like that,
But at the end,
I think shippers should, shippers and even brokers, I think should be able to respect that a little.
At the end of the day, the way you got to look at it is, a year, not this past winter, but the winter, actually the summer before, you had 200 followers on YouTube. Okay. You're up to almost 10,000 now. Okay.
I think today I have 10,040.
Okay, so you've hit that 10,000 threshold mark in a year, little over a year. You've made it there. Okay. Now, you look at where you're at and what you've done with that. Any of the 10,040 subscribers that you have, including myself, could get on the internet right now and tell you exactly your first name, middle name, last name, city, state you were born in, where your house is, where you live, how many kids you have, your wife's maiden name. You can find all that on the internet, and there's nothing you can do about it. You've already put yourself out there. Like, do I really like putting myself out here like this now? No, not really. But you know what? I don't care. I have nothing to hide from anybody. You know, you want to Google search me? Go ahead. I don't give a shit.
Oh, you pay money, you can find anything out about anybody.
But you don't even have to pay money. You know, as somebody who was an employer, the easiest background checks I used to do were on Facebook. Literally, social media is the easiest way to find anything out about anybody. All I got to do is go to your Facebook and then find somebody who keeps liking all your stuff, or somebody who might be in a picture with you that was tagged in something, and then go to them and keep following these little links and rabbit holes.
Yeah, I think this is the guy. I think that's the name of it. I'm sure I would have been driving. He's not. Oh, he is driving. Let me see here. What is he driving?
Toe Piglet.
No, he's not Toe Piglet. This video is for entertainment purposes only. I don't recommend you this. Let's see here. It looks like I'm pretty sure it's an F450. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the right guy.
Yeah, Christine, one that just posted the name of it, right? Yeah.
Let me see if there's a camera showing.
Yeah, Danger Industries. Yeah, that's the same guy. He's out in the middle of nowhere, and he accidentally
let me see if it shows him. I'm gonna pull it up real quick.
I'm all too familiar with that.
So I think these are about 40,000 pounds.
It's like this is a joke on my YouTube channel. Like, this is an ongoing meme.
Let me turn it on. You guys don't hear the music anymore, right?
No, there's no music.
All right, good. So I think these are like 40,000 pounds. I think these are. They haul timber and stuff out of the wilderness. And with the terrain and stuff he's probably running around on, I would have to say that's definitely sketchy even with an F450.
That's one of them ones your brakes ain't doing nothing with one of those.
Look at the trailer. It is definitely squatting.
What is it like in Canada though? Like, because I know
because I'm gonna die.
I'm either gonna die,
get everything impounded, get put in jail, or something else. You guys can use your imagination. So this is it.
That's enough of that.
Yeah, he's the one. He's definitely.
I'm surprised he was able to get away with stuff like that in Canada, though.
Yeah, but see, Canada's different because I know my drivers that go to Canada tell me the weight on the drives and the trailer don't matter. Because I always tell them, "Oh, you're going to Canada. I'm going to give you a California load."
Well, Canada has a big problem with spread axles.
Yeah,
they do not like spread axles. I would,
But yet,
I don't know why, but.
Well, I mean, there's a company that comes in and picks up from me. I can't think of the name of the company. They have reefers. It's out of Florida. Shoot, he's an owner operator. Well, he's got 3 trucks now, and all his reefers are spread axles.
Oh, okay. I know where you're going, Christine. Yeah, I know exactly where you're going. Got to go around the circles and down past through the Petro there in Scranton. There was Toe Piglet. Toe Piglet didn't do nothing crazy. He just had what ended up putting him out of business really was insurance bullshit. And I mean, I don't know. I think he came out with a few things about what his drivers were doing and stupid stuff. But they also come after Hotshot's been targeted really late a lot because you thought like the white Volvos were doing some crazy stuff. You could have seen what some of these hot shot companies are doing. Like showing up with straps for like when I used to go. There was up near Muncie, PA. There's a maybe no, not Muncie. Was that Muncie? No, it was I can't remember the name of the town, but Williamsport, PA. There's a wire wheel manufacturer up there. You know, wire like the actual like power lines and stuff. And these hot shots would be showing up to haul like they'd show up for like 40,000-pound loads of wire, wire wheel loads or whatever you want to call it. And they would have straps. You know, first of all, they already can't haul the stuff; they're too heavy. But then they don't have no chains. They're trying to use straps. And then they would get smaller. So, you know, some of them would actually show up. They'd show up for smaller ones, like 10,000, like I don't know what it is, like 5 or 10,000-pound small
Harbor chain and
wheels.
bind.
And
Pretty-
you know, they wouldn't show up with chain and binders, or they would put one chain and one binder on it, or they would be like, you know, like junk stuff. And you'd look at the truck, and they would have no DOT numbers on them, no placards, no nothing, you know. Copic went out of business because insurance companies hammered him. Yeah, and he like I said, I think he came out and said that some of his drivers just screwed. Like I said, I don't want to like I don't know nothing about the guy really. So I mean, I don't want to like talk like sound like I'm talking crap, because this is what causes like animosity in YouTube. It's like trying to talk about things you don't really know 100% about. But I do know the insurance companies are what Christine said, what got him.
I know
But, you know, they're going after everybody now, the insurance companies. Like even Gentry and Sons, insurance companies, he's big, he does a lot of big stuff and crazy stuff. You ever hear about his boat story? How, yeah, the boat, how he ended up going underneath construction. They were doing construction on a bridge, and he ripped the top off this, I forget the name of the boat, but it was like $1 million or $500,000 boat or something like that. He tried fixing himself, and the guy was like, "Hey, come on, you know, how much time, you know, it's been a while," and he tried turning into an insurance company. That could have definitely hurt. That could have put him under right there.
Well, you know, like for me, for example, one of the main reasons, other than the price of used equipment went through the roof and I was able to maximize profits selling equipment, one of the things for me was the price of insurance for passenger carriers. I'm just going to use round numbers here and not exact numbers. But we'll say the price of insurance, I went from $10,000 a year. They wanted to go to $30,000 a year. And, you know, we're talking a huge jump in insurance just for passenger carriers. I know a trucking company who lost his authority because he had an owner operator signed on with him. And this was this is a carrier I deal with all the time. One of his drivers that he had signed on as an owner operator was in Oklahoma and had red lights in his air cleaners on his Pete. Oklahoma State Trooper pulled him over and cited him for impersonating a police officer.
Yeah, that's a little bit what I'm worried about with these underglow. That's why I said they're not really that bright. They're just bright enough. But, you know, I don't want anybody giving me a hard time about them, you know.
Oh, that's all. That's what he pulled him over for. He pulled him over for the red can lights.
Yeah,
and then for impersonating a police officer, impounded the truck and put him in jail. And
yeah,
then
would not surprise me. Yeah. Why? Meanwhile, white Volvo guy's driving around with his freaking hub seal blowing out for the last 100 miles and wheels like wobbling around, waiting to come off and kill somebody. Yeah, I know.
Or he's only got 9 out of 18 wheels that actually got tread on them that are worth a shit.
Or brakes or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Or they're cutting.
Christine here said my insurance was cheap this year, so she's up in Pennsylvania. $6,300 for 23 to 24, but that's really cheap. But then I guess you're on the local, because you don't go too far. You're in that 500-mile radius, I'd imagine. So
I'll tell you who's really good for commercial insurance right now. Believe it or not, I've helped some people, you know, in the trucking industry and in the passenger carrier industry, kind of as a mentor with, you know, insurance and their authorities and everything, making sure their IFTAs are correct and everything. But I don't put my name on anything because I don't want to be associated with something if something happens. But I had a friend of mine who was having problems. He wanted to start hauling pipe and then sand cans. He was having a problem finding decent insurance. He actually got a really great commercial auto policy through Progressive, of all places.
No, that's where I first got when I first had my authority. That's who I was using was Progressive. It was like when I first started, it was like 10,000. Then again, I've been driving for a while too, but it was $10,000. And then when I had the two other employees, the two other trucks I had it on, it went up to like 11.5 to 12. And that was just because flatbed, and I told him I would probably be doing oversized every once in a while and stuff. But for the first year, that was pretty damn cheap.
He's it right now with one truck hauling sand can, and one he's local, but he's at $8,500 for the year, and his liability.
Holy crap, that's a big jump.
His liabilities are crazy. Like, I mean, he's got some good coverage.
Yeah, Christine Roberts here said, say 300-mile radius that's Progressive. I moved away from Eastern Atlantic. Their quote this year was $15,000.
Yeah,
for a 300-mile radius.
Oh, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. Yeah, I'll take $6,100 any day.
Oh hell yeah, you cover that in 2 months.
See what's nice about if you get like the radius and you're out in like the Midwest and stuff, that gives you a big area. When you're on like the Northeast and they give a radius, you know, you have the ocean just to the, you know what I mean?
So far east.
Yeah. So, but when you're like out in the Midwest and stuff, I tried talking to the Progressive broker there one time about that, and I said, well, what happens if I like go down in North Carolina? Like, I think technically the radius stopped in like somewhere almost all the way through North Carolina. And I said, what happens if I go down to South Carolina or, you know, out like I said, can I get anything that like kind of goes just to maybe the nothing farther than the Mississippi River or something like that? I said, I don't want to do all you know, the lower 48, but I said I want to at least do like within like a decent radius of Pennsylvania. I said I have the ocean to me, and he said there are things they can do, but you know, even if you do go out, it's not like you're not covered. They're not just going to have you like as soon as you leave that radius, you're not covered. But they will, you know, if you don't tell them or explain to them what you're trying to do, and they find out or something, God forbid, something happens out of that radius, your insurance is going to get jacked way up.
You just do what all these foreign owner operators do.
Just don't run with any.
You get a PO box in Chicago. You got like there was something I was just reading.
They say that don't work anymore, but I have a feeling it still does. It has
they
to.
Said they just did. There was an audit.
You know what I think they do? The last care I ran with is out of Pennsylvania, and there is technically like a little no-name trucking company out in Indiana, and I think what they do is they rent part of the property from this little no-name trucking company, and they just say that's their office, and then they forward all the mail to somewhere else.
They rent,
but technically it's an actual physical address.
Yes,
you know, so
it's the PO box is the suite number is what they're doing. So they'll go buy a bank of, you know, those post office boxes. Okay, they'll buy a bank of 10, you know, 40, 100.
See, what I heard is that's what they won't allow anymore. For supposedly those like post office boxes or those remember you could pay for that tele office or whatever that was. Yeah, that from what I heard they got rid of that, but I don't know. These companies are still popping up left and right like that.
No, what they're doing is you've got, you know, say RJ Logistics Trucking, okay, for example. Well, RJ Logistics Trucking will take a section that doesn't even have a damn truck on them. Okay. They'll take in their garage, they'll put all these PO boxes in their garage and they call them suites. So it's
okay, I get what you mean.
Yeah, so you're in that box,
suite A, suite B, suite C.
Right.
Yeah, because the customer that I used to run for when I did the polls, they had a second mailbox, and I said, hey, can we just slap a B on there or an A, and you know, I use this address, and they're like, yeah, okay. So I was using their address and just using their mailbox with them.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're calling them.
And at least when you would Google where my yard was, it looked like a kind of a legitimate yard. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's what I was doing there. I was piggybacking off the one customer I had that had the yard there, and they had an extra mailbox there. So I said, hey, can I slap an A on it and then register it? So that's what we did.
Yeah, that's like the guy, last summer I had a trailer that I fell through the floor in, a reefer. Trailer looked on the initial inspection, everything looked good. Didn't realize that all the aluminum had been painted at the bottom of the trailer and all the cross members had been painted. And when I went in the trailer with the first coil, I think it was a 5,000 pound coil when I went in with a 155. So there's a 20,000 pound truck. The cross members fell out. Well, when I backed out, I fell through the floor of the reefer. Well, he tried, he's like, "Oh, you pay. I'm like, "Dude, I ain't paying nothing." He's like, "No, you company
This
respond."
piece of shit reefer fell apart. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, we're not paying nothing, dude. It happened on private property. You got junk equipment. So a big fight ensues. Cops show up. It got to the point where I made a comment, we didn't kill enough of you guys in Afghanistan, yada, yada, yada. And it was bad. But he didn't realize when I walked away on my phone, I was calling state police to have a DOT officer sit outside the gate. So he finally leaves. Sheriff's department escorts him off the property because I'm going to have him charged with trespass. He gets outside the gate. DOT just pulls him right over. Immediately puts him out of service. Well, not only did they put him out of service, the guy had no identification on him, no driver's license, no nothing. Okay, was nowhere in his system. The name that he was running on his ELD and the driver's license number that was in his ELD was on a little business card that he was given. This guy down in the regional jail for 6 months before they could even identify him. His truck and trailer is still sitting in impound right down the road from where my building's at.
That's those companies that let me put driver 2 in the ELD for you so you can keep driving. Yeah.
That's, it's crazy. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I'm so glad I have nothing on the road. I mean, seeing what I see on a daily basis, I'm like,
Well, you know what? It doesn't really hurt those people. It's just like the gun argument.
Oh yeah.
We'll take the weapon. Well, you got to register. You got to do this. You got to do that. We'll take the weapons away from you, the law-abiding citizen that will give it up because that's the law, and or you're gonna use force to take it from us, and we don't want to. Just we're law-abiding citizens, and then you have the people that aren't, and they get away with all this stuff, and they just continuously do it, and they might get a few of them. That once in a while you'll see them picked off by these DOT audits and stuff like that. But for the most part, they don't get them. They don't get them. They get the guys that their clearance lights out, and they go through there and they like have a hissy fit that their trailer has they just it's stuff like that.
It's the whole.
It really
look,
like
that light
irritates me.
That light on the trailer came from the factory and it's not working, so I got to give you an out of service. Well, if the light's not there, you can't give me an out of service for it. It's the way
they don't technically. I mean, they usually use it for a reason to give you like a huge inspection, but they still write you up for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I had a T680 that had like the fiberglass. What do you call that? The fiberglass visor on it, and I don't know why, for the life of me, I replaced the socket and everything. There was one light in the center that I guess after a while, either from vibration or what, it would always act up. Even putting LED clearance lights in, and I got pulled in for inspection one time, and that's what they saw initially. And I just literally went like this and tapped it, and they're like, "Well, we saw it out." I said, "Look, I replaced them. I showed them the receipt. I replaced the plug. I did this. I did that. There's something about the fiberglass, I guess I don't know. Maybe it wasn't getting grounded properly because I've ohmed it out and test resistance and everything on it. And I said sometimes it'll go months, no problems, and then one day it'll just decide not, it'll flicker or not work. I said, and the guy didn't really care at all. He still gave me a ticket and stuff for it. But here, Christine Roberts said, ever since the major bus and UPS team driver crash, PA is cracking down on the virtual pro boxes. Been careful. I talked to an IRP myself, and they Google search the addresses when you register the plates. See, I don't know how come that's just the states. Why has the state gotta? That should be like a federal thing too, because wouldn't you essentially register your IRP plates with the same address that you're registering your authority with and everything.
Well, no, you think
Like
about
those have to match, I would imagine.
no. How many trucks do you see with Oklahoma? How many trucks and trailers do you see with Oklahoma or Maine or
Oh, they're mostly Indiana and yeah, because it's the cheapest place to get your
right?
IRP plates. Like,
Well,
you know what Pennsylvania IRP plates are? It's like freaking $2,800.
see, West Virginia, like I
Plus,
know
you have to get a state inspection on top of the federal inspection.
West Virginia gives you for a trailer, they give you a permanent plate if the axles are over 3,500
Yeah,
pounds.
I had my trailers in Maine. I did Maine because it was like
Yeah,
dollar a year for registration in Maine.
yeah, Maine, Oklahoma, Florida's another one. You see a lot of Florida plates.
$2,100. I just looked it up the other day because they asked if I wanted to change my plates here, Christine. It was like $2,800.
As
And
a
I think it was like 52 for 2 years.
I had to pay $100 for an inspection before I could even get plates as a passenger carrier. And then plates were anywhere between, depending on the vehicle, anywhere between $230 and $3,000, depending on what they were going on. But
The Pennsylvania registration, 70, basically the register 80,000 pounds DBW, $2,764.
it's still ridiculous. They get you coming and going.
Let's see. I paid $1,955 last May, and the IRP office told me it's $2,100, and your IFTA drops it depending on where you run. Oh well, yeah, you're already been running. So
Yeah, here's something that a lot of people don't understand.
now, Christine, do you do all that? You do all that legwork to get your IRP plates yourself, or do you go to a plate place? Because for some reason it's very pain in the butt to get a plate place in Pennsylvania to like set up your IRP plates for you and everything. And then you got to get things. What the hell did I have to do? I had to like get everything notarized and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Hey, Christine, I got a question for you too about Pennsylvania. Because I have a friend of mine who's a passenger carrier in PA, and I know how he does things, but on the trucking side, I'm not too sure.
Did you have to drive? You had to drive the Christine? You had to drive the Harrisburg to get your plates, right? I guess. Yeah, you're right. Places are all too afraid of PennDOT to bend the rules. There is on if you look up, I don't know. Well, I guess you're not that far. You're from Scranton. There's a plate place on 209 in Lehighton that I used, but man, it was a pain in the butt. It was very like I don't know. Maybe it would have been just as hard if I tried to do everything myself, but I ended up having them do it when I ordered plates and stuff. And like I can understand why there's not very many plate places that do IRP plates for Pennsylvania.
Christina, do you leave the state of
Oh, she
Pennsylvania?
got them in the farm show. Yeah, the farm show does it every year too. You can sign up for them.
Yeah. Do you leave Pennsylvania at all with your radius?
Oh yeah, she does. Right here. I run a lot of PA, New York. PA, New Jersey, New York. Yeah, she's not intrastate. She's not whatever interstate.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people.
Oh, Lansdale. I know exactly where you're at. Okay, you're down there on the turnpike.
What a lot of people were doing, and I've seen this, is they're not getting MC numbers because they're just registered.
You mean they don't know what they're doing and they're just getting the DOT number and running.
They're registering as intrastate and just getting a PUC number.
Yep.
That's all.
They don't know any better. Yeah.
Right.
They're also not doing their. They're also not registering.
They're not.
What's that? They're not registering with the Unified Carrier registration. They're not doing that either.
No, and it's funny because when the trucks come in, I look at the trucks, and I hate to be that guy, but it's keeping them off the road. When they come in, if they don't have a DOT number or an MC number,
Well, insurance, you got to watch out, because if they don't have that stuff, and if they are insured, which they probably aren't insured, but if they are insured, sometimes insurance will refuse to cover stuff. So if anything happens,
so I call my local state police office and they send a DOT officer to sit outside the gate. Yes, I'm that guy. I ran legal and legit for many, many years, and it cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. And I'm not going to sit back and watch some POS from another country come in here and try and bend the rules and get out of crap and run illegally. I don't care. You want to threaten my life on the dock for it? I don't care. It is what it is. If you can't, there's too many honest working people out there trying to make a living like you, doing things the right way, and like Christine trying to do things the right way, pulling this money, trying to figure out how they're going to survive and pay this stuff and keep up on the registration.
I've bent the rules a few times. I may or may not have picked up technically, no, maybe not oversized. That depends. I don't remember how far I have the trailer. But I may have moved from one yard to another yard in Pennsylvania, and on the Saturday, on the weekend, hauled maybe like 150,000 pounds worth of poles down somewhere, because it was the last load left out of there, and I didn't want to have to go back.
I'm not
So it was
saying
like 2 loads in one I did.
The rules. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. Because we've all broke the rules one way or another. But I can always say
I did it knowing what I was doing.
Yes.
Yeah. I knew what I had on the trailer. I knew how I was doing this. I knew where I was going.
Yes.
And I knew that, hey, I couldn't just be flying around at 75, 80 mile an hour coming down 80 there, because I have twice the weight of the freaking truck all behind me, and I'm not just, some guy that's like, oh, I think here I get there, I can make tons of money. I go.
But you were still licensed, legal, and registered and insured.
Yeah, for the most part. Like I said, it would have been a tricky situation if something would have probably happened.
Right. But these guys that aren't properly registered and insured, I have no use for them. I'm not loading them, for one. That's there was a point where I had.
See, right here in Pennsylvania, if you run interstate, like in the state, and you run a load from Allentown to, like, let's say Pittsburgh, you have to have a PUC number.
Right.
It's like the internal version of.
Right.
I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know what you want to call it.
But
see, Christine here, she has the DOT numbers, the PUC number, and the MC number.
Right.
I may not have had my PUC number, but then again, most of the loads usually went up to New York or New Jersey. Maybe I get like 5 loads a year that delivered inside Pennsylvania.
See, I have a PUC number in Ohio to run intrastate. Now,
he said, "Trust." Here you go. He said, "Trust me. I wish I was a white Volvo out of Chicago, but I'm all legit." Yeah, it costs a lot of money to be legit.
Oh, it does. So now, see, in your state, you only need a PUC number to run intrastate. Okay. Now, where I'm at, I can cross into 3 states in a matter of 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
same thing where we're at, like an hour. You can go in New Jersey, New York, whatever.
Right. I mean, I had to have. I mean, most of my runs were going to the big, going to a larger city, 2 states away. So I had to have my interstate. I had to have, DOT. I had to have MC. I didn't have a choice.
Oh, no, it's all right, Christine. You don't have to do that. You don't have to give your MC on here. I wouldn't put it on here. No. I mean, mostly everybody in this live right now is decent, respectful people, but all it takes is one whack job.
But no, I was asking Christine, if you just run intrastate. And if you just ran intrastate, why would you pay the extra? I was going to go with why would you pay the extra for the MC number if you didn't need to? The extra, however many $100 a year it is, and then the change on the insurance and everything else running the short. Where you're at, you're that 300-mile radius, that's putting you in 5 states. I mean, heck, with your radius, you could actually pick up from me where I'm at. I'd be right on your outer edge. Yeah. So, literally right on your outer edge.
Yeah, it's still amazing that I don't know, the way the FMCSA works. And then then we all got all these truckers out here that don't want to go on strike for a variety of reasons and things. And I don't know. It like I said, like the live I did last night. These guys just can't see farther than the inside of their truck. They're just, me. They don't see the stupidity that's going on out there. And as soon as you call it out, you're the bad guy. Like
Well,
even these same guys would bitch about what you're bitching about, but then when you actually like call up and say something about these guys that are doing stuff that affects now insurance. Before you used to be able to go out and get trucking insurance, you had a whole plethora of different insurance companies to get insurance from. Well, with all these bullshit going on, these nuclear verdicts, these guys scamming and doing what they're doing, these insurance companies, it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk for them. The amount, the nuclear verdicts are just so big, it's not worth their risk to insure these, especially newer, let alone newer companies. It's just not worth their risk to insure trucking companies because they're a target and they're an easy target because we allowed that to happen.
Well, it's like for me, it was I had a friend of mine ask me, "Hey, you're going to close out your DOT and your MC and your PUCO?" And I said no. And he's like, "Why not?" I said, "Why would I close those out?"
She
I said,
said she can go out, like going west, she can go out to about Dayton or Youngstown, Ohio. Not that
"Well,
far.
yeah, you could pick up from me and head back
Or
home."
the Kentucky Ohio line. So yeah, she could pick up for you.
Oh, easy. But I mean, heck, she probably has at some point in time, didn't even know it. But I mean, back, you look back 10, 15 years ago, insurance companies were beating down your door trying to give you a better rate. Oh, I'll give you this.
You don't get that no more, I'll tell you that.
No, now you're beating down their doors trying to get them to answer the phone just so you can get insurance. Oh, well, we'll have our underwriter get back to you on that. It's like, I don't want to talk to your underwriter. I don't have time for that shit. I need insurance today, not tomorrow, not next year. Oh, well, we got so much going on. I don't care. And they don't want your business. They don't want the hassle.
Here, Christine said, "Whoa, hold on. It's not just that. How about mega carriers and company drivers? I heard a CR England driver hit an owner op, and they
strung along the payment for
strung along the payment for 6 months. Yeah, well, that's because CRs they have their own they have a bond. They have a bond with the state for their own insurance, so they can play that game as long as they want.
Yeah, a lot of those mega carriers, even Walmart, when you look at, Walmart, you look at Swift, CR England, Knight, you look at all of them, they're all self-insured companies. And then their underwriters, actually AIG. That's why back in the day, they said, oh, AIG is too big to fail. Well, yeah, because it screwed all your corporations from being self-insured. When all you have to do is show that you have X amount of dollars in,
you have to stick it in a bond and register it with the state and all that stuff. Yeah, I forget because I was looking into it because I was like, well, let's see here. If I could I said the only way I'll ever be able to really grow really quick the way things are going is by doing that. And I looked into it and I was like, man.
Oh yeah, you have to have the liquid.
You're gonna have. I was like, I was gonna have to work on that one.
Yeah,
work on that one.
I looked into it too. I mean, 19 MCIJ 4500s, and I didn't have enough to do it. I still had to get insurance, and I think I was with National Indemnity for the longest time.
Yeah. And then now, like with Progressive was like when I hired the other two drivers and stuff. They were they're like, well, how many trucks you plan on getting here? And I'm like, well, I mean, as long as they keep making money, I'm fine with keep paying your premiums. And they're like, well, with more trucks comes more risk, and I'm like, well, you're freaking insured. And they're like, you're too new, and I was like, well, I'm paying you. I should take my goddamn money, and I want the trip. If I can afford it, I'll pay you, right?
Well, and here's the weird part. It's like every year when you file your paperwork, I had a guy, he's like, oh, I only put down that we drove 10,000 miles last year. I'm like, dude, you're stupid.
Because they're gonna know. Because they're gonna look at your IRP. I mean, your
He-
IFTA stuff.
He's like, well, I'm talking on the passenger side. You know,
Oh
there's
yeah.
yeah, no log, no nothing. Okay. But if they come in and do an audit and check your maintenance records, then they're going to see your actual mileage. Okay. So he's like, oh, yeah, I just put down that I did 10,000 miles. I'm like, dude, you're stupid. He's like, why? I said, put down your actual mileage. He goes, well, why would I do that? He goes, because then they're going to see I'm traveling all these miles and my insurance is going to go up. I'm like, no, you're an idiot. Those are safe driving miles. He goes, oh, I didn't think about it that way. I'm like, yes, be honest with your mileage. It's safe driving miles. That's what, that's a lot of people don't look at that, and that's a big thing. If you're a carrier and you're driving local and you're only doing 20,000 miles a year, yeah, you know what? That's showing 20,000 safe miles. But then if you're an over the road driver and you're doing 50,000 miles a year, well, those are 50,000 safe miles. Well, that also
Well,
that helps all the way
I
forward.
heard now, just like some of the brokers and stuff, some of the insurance companies are wanting you to get DOT inspections,
Yeah.
like out on the road. And if you don't get them, they're getting a little like, hey, what's going on? Why aren't you getting any? You don't get pulled in sometimes.
Right. Well, and I tell some of these drivers, okay,
That's a good thing.
I tell some of these drivers, I see these nice brand new shiny CSA stickers on their windshields, and I just laugh. And they'll be, oh, what's so funny? And I'm like, dude, if you'd spend $125 at the Streak and Beacon, you wouldn't get pulled around back. No, well, what do you mean? I'm like, if I was a DOT inspector, if I'm working for the highway patrol and I'm out inspecting vehicles, trucks every day, I'm pulling the dirty one around back. Oh,
well, yeah, they look at that. I talked to you. Well, it definitely the way the truck looks definitely helps.
Exactly.
As I drove that older 4900, and I only got inspected once and that wasn't even a real inspection. It was like just quota inspection by Maryland off of 13 coming back into going back into Delaware, and they thought I had a flat tire because when I bought that truck, whoever put the wheels back on, they didn't line up the holes for the so you could barely get to it. So they were trying to get to it, and they couldn't get it on right. So they just said, "Oh, the tire's flat." I said, "Kick it." I said, "Hit it with the hammer." I said, "It's not flat." And they wrote me up and out of service like that. So then I had to go to a tire place and have them check it, and took a picture and showed them, and then I had to data queue it. So, and they actually, I guess they actually came back and they're like, yeah, the tire, it was a malfunction of our gauge, and they kicked it back as a good inspection. But still, like I barely, even in that older truck, I never really got pulled. It was always clean, and I always kept the tanks polished and the wheels polished. And
yeah, but here's the thing: you kept the wheels clean, you polished the tanks, and you did all that work. You polished the stack. That's probably the gayest thing you ever did, because the only reason you did it was to impress other guys.
Well, it came like that, so I just kept it up, But like I said, that truck was I called it a dolled up ugly girl. But
the thing is, I mean, I have trucks that come in and I look at them and I'm like, how is this thing on the road? Fairings are hanging off. Air leaks all over the place. And I'm like, there's no way these guys how are they blowing inspections? How are they not getting inspected?
How are they getting DOT how are they getting their federal inspections in the first place?
Right. I mean, it's bad. I mean,
they're writing their own stickers. You're allowed to federal your own truck.
Oh yeah. But I mean, it's, at the end of the day, when I'm driving down the highway, like I'm getting ready to go out of state hunting. Okay. And I'll hook the camper up to the truck, and I'm like, I don't even want to go down the road.
Hog hunting?
I'm looking to go elk hunting this year.
Oh, so where are you going? North?
South.
South? Oh, you're going south for elk hunting?
Yeah. So my thing is like, I'm going to get on the road with all these Volvos with push bars on them. Like, those are the trucks you got to stay away from. If it's got a push bar on the front, I don't want to be anywhere near it. Like it's crazy. That's like, okay, my girlfriend's kids live about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes away. Sometimes we'll take a back road to get there, because it's the same distance, or we'll come across Interstate 70. And she's like, why do you pass these trucks so fast? I'm like, I can look at the back of this truck and tell you whether the driver's American or not. And she's like, how? And I'm like, we're coming up behind a truck. I said, foreign driver. She goes, how do you know? I said, because the axles are slid all the way up to the front of the freaking trailer. The back door's hanging on by 2 hinges, and it got Allah painted on the side of it.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my gosh, you're so racist. No, I'm not. It's the truth. We get up there and there's a dude with a turban. I was like, told you. She goes, whatever. I'm like, it's the truth. I'm like, you look at a truck going down the road. I'm like, if you're coming up on a truck and it got chicken lights and the trailer's all lit up, you can pass that truck safely.
Yeah. Usually, 9 times out of 10, yeah.
I said, you can pass that truck safely. I said, if you come up on a truck and it's got a cattle carrier on the back and he's driving a long-nosed Pete, just get in the right lane and slow down. And she's like, why? I said, because he's running on no sleep for 3 weeks. And she was like, that makes no sense. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I started showing her YouTube videos of bull haulers. She was like, they seriously do that? I'm like, yeah, they only have so many weeks to make their money. She was like, well, I didn't know that. I'm like, you need to get out more, woman.
Here, Christine said the decks are stacked against us. And then she said, Walmart in Pottsville is looking better and better every day.
You know what? I'll tell you what. Walmart career drivers, not Werner drivers, but the actual Walmart drivers, them guys got a gig going on. They make good money. They got good equipment until Walmart goes all electric.
I hear good things and bad things about Walmart. For a while, I heard they were getting really bad. It was mostly the old timers were saying it was changing to the worse. And then she said that because I had Progressive in my e-logs, because they gave me a 6% discount, I think. I forget what it was. But Progressive asked to tap into my e-logs, and I was really hesitant. These e-logs will rat you out. Yep. Yeah, well, if you're by yourself and you got your own authority, when I only ran my truck, I didn't let Progressive into my logs because there might have been a few times that I had to go in and get rid of personal conveyance because I was like, I'm running out of hours, 2 hours from the house or an hour from the house. I'm going to F home.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to sleep at Rudders on, a lot of times I would get back from, I would hit a bunch of traffic out by Chicago, and it would screw me. And usually I can get, back to my house from there. But if I hit a lot of traffic or hit something happens, I would usually run out of hours around Altoona there, where I-80 and 99 meet. So I would end up having to sleep at that Rudders there on 99, or I would put myself in personal conveyance and drive the rest of the way home. That's when I was just me. When I had other drivers, I couldn't risk doing stupid stuff like that.
Well, Christina just said she don't wash her truck and she slides her tandems all the way forward. She's killing me.
I got pulled into the scales and pulled around back on 78. Wow, really? They went after you. I asked why, and he said it was because he was behind on paperwork and wanted to inspect day cabs. I got put out of service for a brake chamber. What, for not being adjusted right, or was it leaking? She's like, I don't wash shit.
Yeah.
My tandems are always slammed forward. Ryan Sims, don't they make 6 figures? The drivers, from Walmart. Well, it still goes by seniority, but if you're there for a while, usually you end up you're not running the what do they call that board? You're not running like the oddball board. You get a route. They usually give you a truck eventually. I don't know if they're still doing it. You were able to inspect your own truck there.
Yeah.
For a while, at least for the most part. I don't know if they got rid of that or not, but eventually you do get your own truck, but you have to be there for a while. You have to have some seniority. Now I don't know if that's changed. Like I said, I've had people tell me otherwise now, and a lot of old timers say that it's nothing like the Walmart that it used to be. But who would know? Why can't I remember his name off the top of my head? Yeah, real quick. He's working for Walmart right now. This guy. Let's see if I can remember his name. Something trucking something. I will tell you right now. Go into community because he commented on one of my posts.
I need to jump off here. It's like 20 to 12.
Yeah, I was gonna say I probably only gotta go. I was going to try to stop here around 11:30.
Yeah, I got to deal
Oh,
with
this trucking life. This trucking life. You want to know about Walmart? You talk to this trucking life. He's a Walmart driver, and he's had nothing but so far good things to say about him for the most part. Let's see. We'll go through comments real quick here. Let's see. Yeah, around 96 and 100. Yep. Unmanufactured hole. Oh, unmanufactured hole in the brake chamber. So I guess it rotted through, and they failed it for that.
That's
Yeah, I
all.
could see that. Yeah, technically it still worked.
Yeah, it
But,
stopped.
yeah, but hey, we're gonna get out of here, guys. Everyone and girls. Everyone has left here in the comments. There's only about 5. I was planning to only go maybe 2 or 3 hours here, but the first part kind of, I don't know. The first part of this live kind of went off on an odd tangent.
Yeah, it was odd. That's why I had to interrupt and said, "Look, I need to call in. We got to change this up."
Yeah, I didn't want to be mean to the guy. I was like, it just wasn't like the topic I was going for, if you know what I mean.
He was reaching for more listeners is what he was doing, but he was in the wrong crowd to do it at that time of your live.
Yeah.
That's
Like
all.
that's one of my. Well, I don't really do them anymore. I'm not gonna do the drunken lives or stupid stuff anymore. Now, my other channel that I might change up here because I think I kind of want to maybe take that in more of a podcast kind of role than making videos. But my other channel, that's fine. Some dude, just some dude. Yeah, they could change it. I'm about ready to change it to some trucker dude. Maybe I'm thinking about turning it to that. But like, I want it to be separate from this channel because there's going to be topics and things I want to talk about on there that I don't want involved in this channel. I would like to at least have one channel that I could get sponsors and stuff on, and have maybe people respect me for the most part. The other channel, people are going to have their opinions and different opinions, and I don't want all that to come here. So,
one last thing that I want to leave everybody, the few people that are here, all 3 people, including Christine and you and I. Mark my,
I like to role play.
At the beginning of the year, Amazon will purchase Yellow Freight because Amazon's trying to get into LTL, trying to get rid of T-Force. The only trucks that run out right now are UPS. But you watch, Amazon will purchase Yellow Freight.
Oh yeah, I just somebody's gonna. I know they've been screwing around with that company now for a while. I think it's because the government's involved in it and the FCC and all that. That's what I think is causing that to slow down.
Yeah, I guarantee you. But I'll tell you what, it's right now LTL's where it's at. That you got those LTL companies are making mint right now with Yellow not hauling freight.
Oh, there's a whole market share. I know when New England went out, there's a big gulp up for market share there. But and Yellow took a lot of that, so now there's a lot of that, and Yellow's gone. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind. I did a lot of LTL flatbed stuff actually. A lot of pickup, like 2 or 3, 4 pickups and drop offs. I was making good money with it because I ended up I bought one 53-foot trailer, and I had the guy running it, and I was like, man, I said, things rates are getting low. I was like, we should start trying to do LTL flatbed, and that's what we did. We started doing LTL flatbed, and it was working out pretty good for a while.
Hey, you guys are going to hear a toilet flush. It's not because I use the bathroom. It's because that's where I've been.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
But
I've only
yeah, so it's
smoked half
11:30,
a pack.
guys. We've been going at this now. Oh, 4 hours. We've been going at this 4 hours again. Even though I said I was only going to do like maybe 2 or 3 hours. But we got a lot off topic in the beginning of this. So if you are watching this from the very beginning, or and you made it all the way here 4 hours through, I apologize for the crazy off topic discussion. But we try to talk about trucking here most of the time, and business, your role in business, and making more money in business, and things to help you through your business. And it definitely, I don't know, it kind of got to that here eventually. We'll have to do this again eventually with a couple other guys involved, like F8 Trucking or something.
It'd be
Maybe, like I
nice.
said, I'll have to do one during the day with Sage. That's for sure. I
It'd
wish
be
Sage
nice to
could
get a
have came in.
broker. It'd be nice to get a broker on here with you and I, so we could have all three sides of this. So we could just call the brokers out on their lies.
Yeah, well, though that the problem is I don't think that 100% either. Like I know a lot of good brokers.
Oh, I'm not saying there's not some out there, and like I said, I can't blame it all on the brokers, but you've got carriers out there picking up these loads, and they're brokering them out themselves so they make their money, and that's just they're undercutting you guys like big time, and it's ridiculous. When a $1,500 load goes out the door for $700, there's a problem.
Yep.
That's
right, so.
But these guys are so stupid. Some of these, like I said, these foreign drivers, they are so stupid. They see a load on the board for $1,100 and they'll throw $800 at it. It's like, what are you
Well,
doing?
I'll leave it at this. They a lot of them are happy with that, and a lot of people also will come on and criticize. Well, if I'm happy with what I'm making, why do I want to make any more? If I'm happy with $1.50 mile, $1.20 mile, why would I want to make any more? And I'm like just sitting there. I'm like,
why wouldn't you take it for what
you're
it's posted for?
you're basically a person with their own business. It's undercutting themselves to.
Yep.
You might as well be an employee.
You don't know your worth. You're driving your own rate down. That's all you're doing.
Yep.
It's like I said.
So we'll leave it at that.
Yep.
This is Jackknife TV. Thank you for everyone stopping in. Thank you for stopping in. It was good talking. We should do this, like I said, we should do this again, maybe with like F8 or another guy or somebody else that runs the spot market or does their own, has their own authority or business. And definitely opened our eyes up to a lot of stupidity that's going on that side of the realm there, behind the curtain, I guess you could say.
Yeah, because
So,
like I said,
everyone,
we're 7 days a week now, so it's not
yeah,
us.
I figured you would have slowed down, to be honest with you,
No,
but yeah,
not
that's
even
great.
close.
So everyone, this is Jackknife TV. If you can, please hammer down that like button and subscribe. If you want, you could share this out. It'd be really great if you made a post or whatnot, or threw it out on Facebook somewhere. But other than that, we're good. It's kind of went later than we should. And peace, we're out. All right. Yeah, have a good one, man. Take care. Be safe out there with those crazy drivers. So, yep, later. We'll read her last comment real quick here. I know my brokers are talking $1,000 loads for $500. There's nothing we can do right now because of the overcapacity. You're absolutely right. And there's overcapacity on a broker side. Like I tell these guys, for brokers and stuff, just go on YouTube how to be a broker. You'll see the same hustle tactics and the stupidity and the lies and the promises that we get, buy my plan to become a perfect owner operator. I'll show you the lanes and all this other stuff. It's the same stuff. So with that, thank you, Christine, for stopping in here. Thank you, Ryan. Wheel Burner, I know a lot of these guys are already gone. Wheel Burner, thank you for stopping by, man. Actually, like I said, anything, I don't know, if you need anything, I'll try to mail you something. I don't know, anything. Ryan Sims was in here. Ryan Law. We're just gonna go through. I know most of these guys are probably out of here. Rest Area Raccoon, and so on and so forth. Sage was in here too. Thank you for stopping by, everyone, and we are out.